village called Dover. At first glance, it was no different from many other small but prosperous settlements, if not for one little secret. It was a world where people hunted various monsters, but this profession was very far from romantic. Words cannot describe how many adventurers were maimed during a battle with yet another creature. But it wasn't just this profession that involved danger. In fact, it was hard to find a job in which people wouldn't get into trouble, even ordinary peasant work in the fields. All these poor, unfortunate people suffered and needed help to overcome difficult life obstacles. Even small children suffered and worried about themselves or their loved ones. Fortunately, there was a noble heroine in Dover who could ease their suffering. Not a warrior or a sorceress, but someone much more important, namely the owner of the apothecary. The locals never stopped praying to her, because one sip of the miraculous healing potion was enough to make the most terrible wounds disappear without a trace, and new strength appeared in the tired body. Of course, healers, doctors, and witch doctors are everywhere, but this mysterious person with pink hair stood out even against their background. So much so that one day a journalist came to visit her and asked her the secret of the success of her recipes. The apothecary smiled with just her lips. Unlike the other people, who looked standard and unremarkable, she seemed like some kind of fairy, hiding her wings under her cloak. In response to the question, the healer admitted that preparing potions is extremely difficult, but she is ready to work hard. And then for a moment, she made a slip of the tongue that she was doing it for the money, but immediately came to her senses. Smiling radiantly, the pink-haired woman said that for any healer, the greatest possible happiness is the health and well-being of his patients. While writing down what was said with interest, the journalist mentioned that, according to rumors, the main character possessed some secret ingredient. Fortunately, she was not at all against sharing it. With a solemn wave of her hand, she showed the man in glasses her main treasure, a strange mandrake plant, the bud of which resembled something between a fruit and a bud. The writer was very surprised, saying, "Is such a small flower really capable of such a thing?" He reached for the stem, not listening to the witch doctor's warnings. The girl tried to warn the visitor, but it was too late. He had already grabbed the stem and pulled, tearing the plant out of the soil along with the root, which looked very much like an ugly, plump little man. Like the legendary mandrake root, the mandrake was a living creature, and if someone carelessly pulled it out of the soil, the root would immediately begin to scream at an ultrasonic frequency. The consequences of this were not difficult to predict. Continuing to smile stupidly, the unfortunate journalist very slowly released the terrible flower from his hands, and the eardrums in his ears burst. And not only him, all the people gathered nearby, including those whom the main character used to advertise her business, had streams of blood pouring from their ears. The protagonist was also affected by the effect of the living plant's scream, but unlike the others, she was not physically harmed. Instead, the girl suddenly realized something that made her freeze like a pillar. Rubbing her head very slowly under the shrill screams of the mandrake, the pharmacist suddenly realized that the place she was currently in was not the real world at all. In fact, it's a regular video game with a simple name, Save the Earth, which the main character realized at the same time when she pierced the screaming root with a shovel, finally making it shut up. The journalist who had started the commotion shook his head, trying to finally come to his senses, while the healer's long pink locks began to flutter in front of them, as if blown by an intangible wind. What the man saw made him freeze with his mouth wide open and his cheeks flushed red. For a moment, he looked like a teenager who saw a naked body for the first time in his life. It was understandable. The protagonist finally took off her hood and pulled back her cloak, showing those around her not only her beautiful face and unusual purple eyes, but also her slender, graceful legs. Her name was Sherry Azriel, and she acted as a non-player character, selling healing potions to fans of this colossal app. There were plenty of fully immersive multiplayer games that allowed audiences to feel like adventurers in fictional settings. But Save the Earth was ahead of the curve. The reasons for this success were due to several simple factors. Firstly, the developers provided users with a set of heroes specially trained with the help of artificial intelligence. Secondly, the AI of enemy mobs was advanced enough to use dodge. And finally, thirdly, a special headset guaranteed gamers complete immersion in the most literal sense. By putting on a special helmet, a person not only saw forests, medieval settlements, and dragons around him, he felt the surrounding electronic reality as if it were real. It was somewhat reminiscent of a very complex and credible lucid dream, and any person who had enough money could, for a while, turn from a simple soldier into a legendary hero saving the world. These simple features, in essence, allowed the application to become an international phenomenon. The developer company was swimming in money, and even the most picky users did not find reasons for negative reviews. Naturally, everything was far from being as perfect as the creators of the project would like to demonstrate. Errors occurred on the servers every now and then, due to which all users could fly out of their accounts. The game was in the beta stage of development, but the number of bugs in it was still incalculable. People could easily lose valuable treasures or achievements just because of a random error in the code. In addition, the complex AI of the monsters played a cruel joke on the creators. Because they were too smart, many casual gamers simply gave up, but hardcore fans, on the contrary, went into the game with their heads. These fans played a special role in the project's advertising campaign. They often presented it as a way to become a real master of the game, a kind of virtual gym. But no one, even among the most fanatical lovers of difficulty, has yet managed to get through the finale of the main story. It was so difficult that it was simply impossible. However, this not only did not harm the popularity of MMORPGs, but on the contrary, it increased the number of people who wanted to try to get to the final and show the whole world who is the best player here. However, the project also had its fair share of haters. Although compared to the fans, they seemed like an endangered species, and it just so happened that the main character belonged to them. Many, however, could understand her in a human way. One day, the protagonist received another notification about a critical error requiring urgent correction, despite the fact that the latest version of the application was released only 12 hours ago. The unfortunate girl clutched her head. She worked until the very night, without straightening her back or lifting her butt off the hard chair, and the bosses demanded even more, and this late on a Friday evening. In reality, the main character was a member of the game's operations team. Her job was to find out and report on all errors. But in reality, she was more of a human punching bag for angry gamers. For obvious reasons, she herself was very angry at such a piggish attitude. But there was nothing to be done. Work was work, and besides that, the girl had to check how correctly the AI and other elements of the system worked. From the outside, this might seem interesting, but the protagonist would definitely not agree with such a statement. That evening, she discovered more than 300 bugs, but there was simply no end to them. Having finished dealing with complaints and errors through the computer screen, the main character stood up with difficulty and opened the lid of a futuristic device that looked like a cross between a chair and a capsule. This was her equipment for connecting to save the Earth as a game character. Looking at the activation of the program, the girl thought sadly that she could not refuse the boss, and she, in general, was even lucky that she could work from home. The activation space resembled an endless, star-spangled cosmos, and this beautiful sight was not spoiled even by the warning about the risk of receiving mental or physical trauma during the passage. Then she felt her body becoming lighter than air and soaring somewhere very, very far from the mortal Earth, to once again turn into a pink-haired pharmacist. Remembering all this, Sherry Azriel, from the present moment, thought with bitterness. She was just working on fixing bugs and wanted to quickly finish everything then in order to rest. And the damn game just ruined her life. At that time, nothing foreshadowed a catastrophe. The system, as usual, greeted the user and demonstrated a magnificent view of the beautiful mountains illuminated by the dawn sun. After this long flashback, the action returns to the village of Dover, a small, idealistic settlement that the developers clearly copied from ancient postcards and pastoral paintings. Ignoring the blood flowing from his ears after the scream of the living flower, journalist Damien began asking other questions, but Azriel barely listened to him. She was so surprised that she saw the name and status of the interlocutor above his head. She really didn't want to believe it, but so far the facts remained disappointing. Everything around her began to behave as if Sherry had been thrown into a separate universe based on a video game, like in cheap isekai light novels. But the worst thing was the interface, which politely showed the protagonist the time she had supposedly spent inside the application. 2 years, 2 months, 4 days, and 6 hours, when in reality a full day had passed. If it weren't for the presence of strangers, The main character might have thrown a real tantrum, but even so, she felt so bad that even the journalist noticed it. The girl could easily be understood. The system she was familiar with suddenly began to behave very strangely and frighteningly, and she, without noticing it, somehow slept in the capsule for 24 hours. So Azriel, under a plausible pretext, interrupted the interview. The surprised journalist tried to call out to her to ask something else, but to no avail. The protagonist disappeared into her shop, and the thought of a terrible bug that had locked her in the MMORPG for a day was thundering in her head. This realization caused a terrible migraine. After all, during this entire period, the poor woman could not eat, drink, go to the toilet, or do anything else. Concentrating with all her might, the main character remembered that she had started playing at 11 o'clock on Friday evening, and if exactly 24 hours had passed, then it was now Saturday night. Realizing the depth of the problem, Azriel finally broke into emotions. She screamed in fear and anger, and large beads of cold sweat appeared on her face. Feeling her clothes sticking to her body and her limbs starting to tremble, the main character called up the system panel and tried to escape into the real world by poking at the exit button. Unfortunately, the system's response was very cold and unyielding. Due to some error, there was no way to interrupt the current session. Sherry almost fell to the floor from shock. She had hoped until the very end that this was a very unpleasant but ordinary bug, of which she had already seen thousands. And then suddenly, here you go. Feeling panic growing in her chest, the unfortunate woman began to order the artificial intelligence to disconnect her from the damned application again and again. But the answer did not change. Tired of banging her head against the wall, the protagonist stopped and thought with horror. If the usual method doesn't work, then how can she even return to the real world? It would be very good if some kind soul woke her up, but it was definitely not worth counting on this option. Azriel had no relatives, and she was not friends with her neighbors. Plus, every time she logged into the game, the company's servers recorded it as being online. So her bosses and coworkers would be happy to see that some crazy workaholic never left the server. Slowly realizing all this, the poor woman mentally asked herself the question, if no one wakes her up in the near future, then what will happen to her body lying quietly in the capsule? Without even noticing it, she had not eaten for a whole day, and although the human body could withstand a longer hunger strike, for an unprepared person, it was still a terrible test. In other words, if Sherry fails to escape from the captivity of virtual reality as quickly as possible, she will simply die of hunger and thirst, like a prisoner in a medieval stone bag. Some time passed, and as it turned out, the protagonist did not sit idly by. She tried all possible options to leave the damned game, but, unfortunately, to no avail. The first thing she decided to do was to ask her colleague for help. A fellow bug hunter disguised as an NPC, and he turned out to be a very kind and sweet young priest. The developers decided to use a similar method instead of a simpler UID due to the peculiarities of the project's creation. And as a result, each settlement had one of the consultants under the guise of an NPC. Sherry Azriel was the only such person in the vicinity of the village of Dover, so in order to have a chance to free herself, she had to walk dozens of kilometers to the lands of the Earl of Haley. Needless to say, how nervous she was. Unfortunately, the problem didn't end there. When the girl finally managed to get through to the system, it politely but coldly rejected her request, reminding her that reports were only accepted on weekdays, from 9 to 18. In this way, the company provided its employees with some kind of rest, but now it played a cruel joke on the pharmacist. She fell to her knees in despair, but there was nothing to be done. Having failed the first time and not wanting to wait until Monday, the protagonist decided to try a different approach, namely, to give herself up to be slaughtered by the first monster she came across. If the player's character died from a monster attack, he was thrown to the main menu, where the interface offered to either start the game over or leave the game entirely. Despite my despair and fear, it was very difficult to decide on such a step. The launch device was connected to the human nervous system, so the pain in the application was felt just as well as in reality. But Azriel didn't have much of an option, so she gritted her teeth and stood in front of the huge, monstrous boar, letting the beast beat her with its fangs and hooves. In some other project, this plan might have been successful, and the plot would have ended there, just as it had begun. But alas, The interface, with the same courtesy, warned that the pharmacist would be teleported to her village due to the loss of almost all of her health points. The protagonist was truly horrified. She had spent so much time and effort searching for a suitable creature, and then suffered monstrous pain, and all this would go down the drain? But the girl couldn't do anything about it either. In a moment, she, bloodied and beaten by a giant boar, falls onto the stone pavement of the village. For a few seconds, Sherry simply lay there in a state close to hysteria. Even a chance meeting with one of the locals could not sober her up. But then the newcomer noted how smoothly the system, usually full of errors, worked. After lying down and getting herself in order a little, Azriel decided to choose the last, most fail-safe and reliable means, for which she climbed to the top of a giant cliff. Looking down at the ground disappearing into the fog, the protagonist guessed that the last time the in-game suicide attempt hadn't worked because she was losing health too slowly. But now, if she just smashed her head in right away, it might work. Of course, she was also very scared. Ancient instincts screamed at the top of their lungs, demanding that she get away from the edge as far as possible, and her imagination painted monstrous torment from broken bones. But then, Sherry reminded herself that it was just an illusion. Her body would actually be fine, and before indecision could start whispering in her ear again, she jumped down. The time traveler reminded herself that everything around her was nothing more than graphics, even during the flight. The cliff was so high that the collision with the ground should have taken a considerable amount of time. But this time, too, everything went to hell. The barrier, installed under the cliff in case some game gave up and flew down, was very gently picked up by Azriel and returned back. The poor doctor didn't even have the strength for anger or sadness. She simply rolled her eyes, and her face was frozen in an expression of universal fatigue and indifference. This went on for some time, and then the rage finally built up to a sufficient level that Sherry began to scream at the top of her lungs, swear, jump from foot to foot, and wave her fists into the void. From the outside, it looked like the damn game had suddenly gained intelligence and decided to do everything to keep the random consultant girl playing the NPC pharmacist inside it. But the heroine still wasn't going to give up. Realizing that attempts to commit suicide inside the app were completely useless, the newcomer went to the lands of Count Haley and her own colleagues on her mother's side every day in the hope of getting a reaction. Unfortunately, these attempts also remained fruitless. No matter how many times Azriel tried to reach another consultant, either no one answered, or the system reminded her of non-working hours. So 2 game months passed. Someone else might have long ago abandoned hope and resigned themselves to life as a set of pixels. But Sherry did not lose hope and was rewarded for it. One day, another system notification appeared before her, like a shining and beautiful deity. Only this was a message from a live consultant who had finally accepted the request. Seeing this, the pharmacist cried like a little girl who finally received the most desired and cool gift for her long-awaited birthday. Grabbing her colleague's avatar by the shoulders, Sherry began shaking it hysterically and telling him at machine gun speed what a nightmare she had been through in this video game over the past months and years. While the real-world person was typing the message, the protagonist thought that she had never seen his nickname before, but the characteristic addition to it indicated that she had been contacted by an employee from the department responsible for maintaining the project's good reputation. This inspired her no more than the very entry into the dialogue, because it was easy to predict the audience's reaction if it suddenly became known that some person got stuck in the game and died of exhaustion, unable to leave it. To prevent this, the developers simply have to go out of their way to get their subordinate out, but their agent has so far responded with only empty politeness and called the interlocutor player, driving the heroine to rage. To make sure he gets it, the protagonist loudly and syllable by syllable said that she is not a gamer, but an employee who has logged into the application for work, and she is not able to force the system to let her go into reality. While Sherry was freaking out about how these idiots couldn't check the employee lists quickly and were making her wait even longer, the girl on the other side of the screen finally returned and confirmed that yes, the pharmacist's words were true. In response, Azriel hopefully asked if the programmers had found the cause of the problem and mentally ordered herself to stop throwing tantrums. After all, her life depended on the actions of these people. The consultant suggested that the cause of the disaster could have been the closure of access to the server for a full check, and now she wanted to step away to ask the developers directly. but the heroine was against it. Sherry simply knew that such things did not happen quickly, and she did not want to wait even an hour, especially since there, outside, was still her body, which had not eaten or drunk anything for more than a day. The consultant took a long time to type the message, forcing the time traveler to furiously bite her nails, but eventually she finished. And in her new message, she offered to send an employee to the protagonist's home so that he could disconnect her from the application. The main character was truly delighted. Her eyes sparkled with joy and tears. She clenched her fists and with difficulty managed to squeak out that, yes, of course, let them come to her. After that, Azriel fell to her knees, unable to contain her happiness. Finally, deliverance from this nightmare was near. Very soon she would be able to forget about everything, like a bad dream. From that moment on, minutes and hours passed, but there were no changes yet. The newcomer was already worried about whether she had gone too far with her requests. When the answer finally came, the consultant initially apologized for the long wait for an answer, but Sherry didn't care about such trifles at all. She just wanted to know what really happened to her. The colleague warned that she had to start the explanation with bad news, causing a real waterfall of cold sweat down the protagonist's back. And, as it turned out later, for good reason. No, the management didn't think it would be easier and cheaper to leave one of the employees to die of hunger and thirst. Nothing of the sort. They really did send people to save Sherry. The problem was that there was no one in her house, as if at some point unknown villains had broken into the employee's apartment and stolen her body along with her equipment. This seriously worried the company. Its people searched every inch of the protagonist's home, even checked her desk in the office just in case. But even after that, they found no clues. Reading all this, the traveler tried to understand where her body could be in that case, and suddenly realized that she did not remember anything about what exactly happened to her before the last connection to the application. But very soon, panic completely took hold of her, depriving her of the ability to think more or less clearly. Salvation was so close, and now the unfortunate woman again faced the risk of dying God knows where from dehydration. With a voice trembling with horror, Azriel asked her interlocutor to write a missing person report to the police. The main character had no relatives, so no one else cared about her life. Unfortunately, there was a dead end here too. According to Korean law, only blood relatives could make such a request, and the protagonist almost physically felt as if a noose was squeezing her neck. Trying to somehow calm and comfort the unfortunate woman, the consultant promised that very soon the programmers would fix the bug and then track the location of Sherry's body. The poor girl, although she was on the verge of hysteria, still mentally noted that at least her employers were trying to help her. And out loud, she asked how long this might take. After quickly calculating, the consultant replied that this operation could take about 2 days to complete, and the time traveler, hearing this, slowly wandered around the room for several minutes, muttering what was said. And then she went into a violent hysteria, sobbing and screaming at the top of her lungs. The protagonist reminded that she had been held captive by the game for 24 hours, and if you add another 48, you get 3 days, in which time she would die of hunger. Trying to somehow calm Azriel down again, the girl from the company reminded her that people don't die so quickly from lack of food, and tried to give an example from the Guinness Book of Records. But the pharmacist interrupted her with the words, "Are you kidding me?" It was the last straw that broke the already broken back of the camel into pieces. The main character fell to her knees and began to loudly curse her employers for the fact that, because of them, she found herself in mortal danger. The consultant, watching this stream of abuse, was completely taken aback. She tried to somehow help the poor guy, but had no idea how to approach such a problem. But then it suddenly dawned on her. She smiled happily and announced that she had finally found a way that could help the protagonist escape from the virtual world. While the employee explained how difficult it was to prepare this operation, the main character looked at the chat window over her shoulder. Her cheeks puffed out, like an offended child. First, she created a special chat room where she invited 2 other members of the production team to help speed up the brainstorming process. But the most important thing was that Sherry no longer had to approach NPCs and wait for a response. She could contact her 3 colleagues, Ari, Sarah, and Jin, at any time. The first one really wanted Azriel to appreciate her efforts. The second one acted majestically, like a queen, and the third one was cold and arrogant, But the protagonist didn't give a damn about this performance. All she wanted was to open her eyes and see the real world. This immediately angered the programmers. They began to accuse the heroine of ingratitude, and she, in response, promised to quit at the first awakening and leave the worst review of the game. Eri, sweating with fear and anxiety, tried to break up the escalating row by promising that the three would be able to get Sherry out of the app within the next 48 hours. The main character stared at the trio with great distrust, as if they had suddenly started to seriously prove that Santa Claus really exists. The first consultant, having made sure that she had the visitors' full attention, began typing an explanation, and this dragged on for very long minutes. Asriel, characteristically, did not make a scene, did not rush or insult. She pointedly waited patiently for Ari to finally publish his sheet of letters, but in the end, Jin lost his patience and decided to tell everything himself. And just in time, because the main character was already in a state in which she could attack a person with a weapon. The solution turned out to be unexpectedly simple. The programmer suggested that the unlucky colleague simply complete the game in these 2 days, because after achieving victory, the effect would be the same as after defeat. In words, it really sounded very easy, but the protagonist broke out in a cold sweat again from such a proposal, because she knew perfectly well that no one had been able to do this yet. For a moment, an image of a very handsome and muscular young man with black hair and scarlet eyes appeared before her eyes. He was tied up, looking angrily ahead, and the game inscription above read, "Dear hero, make sure that the master of nightmares does not fall asleep." Asriel was much more terrified than the times she tried to kill herself by hitting a monster or falling. Then she just had to endure the pain, but now she would have to work with the protagonist, despite his disgusting character. Although Save the Air is a multiplayer game, with each user being the protagonist of their own little adventure, it does have an official main character, a young imperial prince named Castle Ludwig. According to the plot, when this man was still a child, someone put a terrible curse on him, like a witch or an evil one from ancient fairy tales, who could turn a beautiful young man into a monster or plunge an entire country into eternal sleep. However, this unfortunate man had it much worse. From the moment the spell was cast, the boy saw nightmares every night about the coming apocalypse, legions of ugly monsters and bloodthirsty demons eager to destroy all living things. This in itself was a terrible ordeal for the poor boy and his family. But then things got even worse. At some point, the creatures that tormented the mind of the sleeping Ludwig began to manifest in reality, sowing death and destruction for real. It was a disaster of unprecedented proportions, and the powers that be did their utmost to lift the curse. High-ranking priests of various gods, nobles skilled in witchcraft, and the emperor himself all tried to heal the boy. But it was all to no avail. No matter what methods they used, the spell remained intact, and the monsters appeared in the palace every time the exhausted prince finally fell asleep. Unable to cope with Cassell's misfortune, people began to shun him, fear him, and despise him. All sympathy for the poor prince disappeared, and the people dubbed him the Lord of Nightmares, imagining the poor fellow as some kind of merciless demon lord. It all got to the point where the protagonist was expelled from the palace, put in a cage, and began to be transported from one point of the empire to another. In fact, the plot of Save the Ear begins from the moment when the cursed nobleman is sent to the starting location. According to the quest, users had to ensure at any cost that the prisoner did not fall asleep, and the monster he had invented did not destroy Dover. And most gamers cut the brunette alive to achieve this, since important NPCs are not capable of dying anyway. Ludwig was already a cold and hard man due to the universal hatred, and after he was put in a cage and regularly tortured, the prince finally went crazy. Now he kills any user who dares to come close. And Cassell was a very strong opponent. So much so that the number of people who lost their characters and progressed because of him was almost as huge as the number of unfortunate people killed by regular monsters. Of course, the main character had an advantage over ordinary players. Unlike them, she was in the application as an NPC and also could not die. When her hit points were low, the girl was automatically transferred to Dover. However, Sherry could not get rid of the fear of starvation. Her imagination vividly painted her how in 48 hours, her emaciated corpse would be discovered somewhere and turned into a sensation for the evening news channels. There was no doubt that these vultures, in pursuit of fame and hype, would make her a symbol of the perniciousness of gambling addiction, and the apartment would be trampled under the feet of indifferent criminologists and reporters. Asriel was so disgusted by the idea of such a fate that for a moment she broke the fourth wall, tore the shameful frame into pieces, and screamed indignantly, asking what kind of addiction they were talking about. Pointing her finger at the programmer's chat window, the protagonist demanded that she be immediately pulled out of the game by deleting the character, but Ari sadly replied that this was impossible. If the hero was connected to the server, then you couldn't just cut him out. Naturally, the girl who had been trapped was not at all satisfied with this answer. She wanted to get out, but she was not at all happy to go through the story to the end. Not to mention the fact that the girl was not a gamer, but a non-player character to whom this was not available. Her hysteria was interrupted by Jean. The programmer calmly typed that the protagonist had actually completed the tutorial, so it was strange that she had any problems with it at all, and these words immediately made the pharmacist stop. She couldn't understand what the developers were even talking about, and then Ari kindly reminded her that there were special records that tracked any user actions in the application, and the main character had them too. These archives mentioned that Asriel had somehow completed quests, such as hunting monsters, and there was also a note about completing a tutorial, which made the woman remember how angry customers were barging into her. These were gamers who wanted to complete the starting quest, for which they were going to buy healing tinctures, but the users behaved so vilely and impudently that the main character hid behind the wall of her own house. The saddest thing is that this was far from the first time, because the protagonist did not look alarmed or surprised. She only looked at the troublemakers with disdain, thinking how tired she was of them. These scoundrels came to her house whenever they wanted, demanded goods for themselves, and in general behaved like some kind of tyrants, and only on the basis that they were playing warriors, local heroes. She still felt a nervous tremor when she remembered one particularly insolent boor. Once this user literally asked the time traveler to give him 10 bottles of elixir for pretty eyes, and another time he stole some artifact, considering it a gift for a large purchase. All this angered Asriel so much that at some point she decided to simply stop performing her main function as an NPC. She simply locked the shop for gamers and even hung a mocking sign with a warning on the door. Despite this, the protagonist did not stop making magic medicines at all. She just intended to spend them not on gamers who were mad with greed and impunity, but on truly important things, like helping the tortured castle. The cursed prince was once again brought to Dover as a sacrifice for adventurers, and this time Shiri could not stand it. Waiting for the right moment, she threw a vial of healing potion at him to heal bruises and cuts. In response, Ludwig gave his benefactress such a terrible look from his crimson snake eyes that she backed away in horror, and the application interface counted this as completing the first level. The main thing was that the man did not fall asleep, and the method did not matter. Now the main character really regretted her attack of mercy, and with tears in her eyes tried to find out from the programmers if there was another way to escape into reality. But alas, the quest had already been launched. The healer had to defeat the Lord of Nightmares. Otherwise, Dover would die, and she herself would suffer some terrible punishment. The time traveler herself understood with her mind that the developers were completely right. She sadly noted that she simply could no longer abandon the main character to the mercy of fate. It wasn't so much a matter of nobility, but rather the fact that Asriel no longer had the opportunity to do so. Castle Ludwig played a key role in completing the main quest and saving the electronic world from destruction. Without him, it would be impossible to complete the game. But this realization did not comfort the healer much. Whining and shedding tears, she once again asked the members of the production team how she could perform tasks that even experienced cyber athletes could not handle in reality. Tellingly, the developers showed sympathy. They could have easily shrugged their shoulders and said it wasn't their problem, but instead, the trio smiled encouragingly and assured that they would provide all possible assistance. Jean noted that a certain record holder managed to reach the final boss in just 8 hours, which is a trivial amount of time. Ari was simply trying to support the heroine, and Sarah reminded her that she had the advantage of immortality. The pink-haired girl was not at all comforted by this, but after some time, she clenched her hand into a fist, demonstrating her newfound determination. In the end, she simply had no other choice, which meant she had to fight to the end. The protagonist began to rise slowly, mentally acknowledging that she was terribly irritated by the current situation. But, on the other hand, in 2 days she would die of thirst. Sherry slowly approached the door of the temple where the correspondence had taken place, opened it, and ran away as fast as she could, mentally vowing to herself that she would leave the game at any cost, even if it meant moving mountains and getting a star from the sky. After some time, the audience is shown how Azriel walked through the territories of Haley County with a large bag on her shoulders. She prepared to carry out the first quest, not letting Ludwig fall asleep, and thereby bringing disaster to the local cities. In order to complete the task, it was not enough to torture the unfortunate guy. It was necessary to force him to drink a special insomnia potion, and the protagonist seriously thought about where to find a sufficiently skilled pharmacist to get a dose. For a few seconds, she tried to remember suitable names, until her gaze suddenly fell upon the advertisement. A cursory glance was enough for the girl to react in the style of a hound who has smelled a fresh fox trail. This was also part of the quest. To successfully pass it, it was necessary to give Kessel an insomnia potion until a certain period of time passed, sparing the prince's life. And for this, Count Haley, Ludwig's current jailer, gave a rich reward. A normal player would need the help of an NPC healer to complete this quest. But Azriel suddenly realized that the situation was much easier for her because she was such a healer. Even Ahri praised her for this insight. The developers continued to monitor the main character and help her all this time. In particular, they made changes to the location code, making Sherry the only doctor in the area. In addition, the trio decided to hide the dialogue window from the protagonist's eyes so as not to distract her, and the heroine mentally sighed with relief. There was no point in this chat anyway. Now that the annoying interface with constantly chattering viewers was gone, Azriel resolutely headed to the Count's palace, a magnificent giant building made of white stone and blue tiles. At the entrance, the young healer was met by an old man accompanied by several maids. This was one of the main servants of the Kendrick estate, and he, of course, was interested to know who this stranger was. The traveler explained that she had heard a rumor that a local landlord needed medical help and had come to provide it, but the elderly servant only gave her an extremely intent and attentive look in response. The arrogant and haughty servants were very reluctant to let a woman who looked like a beggar into their home, and they openly began to shower her with ridicule. But then, after checking their documents, they realized that they had met the only healer in the area. Realizing that he had no choice, the man reluctantly turned around and ordered the protagonist to follow him. And she sighed and mentally thanked the production team. They still managed to provide real help. The inside of the palace looked no less luxurious than the outside. There were snow-white walls decorated with patterns, beautiful wooden doors, and the stairs to the second floor were covered with a blue carpet. As Azriel followed Kendrick carefully, it seemed to her that it was light outside, but inside the manor, it was as dark as if someone had gouged out an eye, and then something else caught the apothecary's eye. It was a large chandelier, under which an incomprehensible inscription hovered, consisting of strange and unreadable letters. At the sight of them, Sherry thought that the scenario had just begun, and the 25th level was very high. The traveler simply decided that there was another quest in the Count's palace for more advanced users. But on the other hand, she couldn't remember anything like that in the reviews and training materials. Then, thoughtfully closing her eyes, Sherry realized that this strange chandelier was somewhat reminiscent of the title of the main plot, but she did not have time to develop her thought. The irritated old man demanded that she continue to follow him. Realizing that she had fallen out of reality into a world of thought, the shamed protagonist quickly hurried after Kendrick, who watched with the air of an irritated parent. When the characters finally reached the right door, the elderly servant quietly but clearly knocked on the door, and with the utmost politeness informed the owner that he had brought the right person. There was no answer after that, but the main character opened the door and entered a spacious, bright office, in the center of which was a wooden desk. There was a man sitting at this table, and the newcomer quickly bowed her head. Having greeted the Count and introduced herself, she explained that she was a pharmacist who had come in response to the advertisement. The nobleman not only didn't answer, but didn't even bat an eyelid, instead continuing to rummage through the papers, and the protagonist asked herself with irritation, why are the characters given such unpleasant personalities? However, this was not at all the situation where she had to tell her interlocutor to his face everything she thought about him. On the contrary, it was very important for Azriel to win over the powerful count. Adam Haley was a young but broad-shouldered and powerful blonde man with blue eyes, the ruler of vast lands, and in the future he would become a true legend nicknamed White Sword. The reason is simple. Together with Kessel Ludwig, despised by everyone and locked behind hundreds of castles, this aristocrat is obliged to prevent the apocalypse in the final quest. Because of this, the Count was no less an important figure for the plot than the prince, and his attitude determined whether Azriel would be able to return home at all. And the heroine, understanding this perfectly well, was nervous, convincing herself to quickly sell the potion and leave, so as not to make mistakes. Adam finally finished sorting through the paperwork and coldly asked if Sherry was really a doctor, causing the blonde man's eyes to look like shards of Arctic ice. Trying not to show her true emotions, the healer confirmed that she was indeed Madame Azriel, the owner of the only pharmacy in the county, and at the same time showed the readers a view of the Haley Palace from the side. Not a single muscle moved on the young aristocrat's well-groomed, pale face. Even the expression in his eyes did not change at all. But, looking at the next document, he noted that the situation was strange. Having finished reading the text, Adam looked the protagonist straight in the eye again and asked if she was alone, as if he was expecting the arrival of a whole crowd of charlatans eager for fabulous riches. The traveler was taken aback, but quickly agreed that, yes, she had come alone. Although in her mind, of course, she wondered what they were talking about and whether it was connected with the fact that the nobleman had somehow learned about the background of the situation. Then it dawned on Azriel that in a standard game, the gamer was supposed to bring her or another doctor to Haley. But the blonde himself shouldn't know that. He wasn't even a living person after all. And that made his question all the stranger. For a while, the young aristocrat stared coldly at the visitor, before finally admitting honestly that she looked much more like a tramp or a witch, and if her potions were fake, no one would give a penny for Sherry's safety. While he was speaking, an interface panel appeared before the heroine's eyes, stating that Adam was torn apart by doubts. The game had a function for demonstrating characters' emotions, but the intensity of the relationship was conveyed not through numbers and tables, but through lines and behavior. The protagonist thought with great irritation that the app might not have prompted her this time. It was obvious that Haley was suspicious of the shady stranger, and now his subordinate had intervened, demanding that she show her face to the master. While the apothecary kicked herself for trying in vain to please the nobleman, Kendrick, finally losing patience, ran up to her and tried to forcefully pull the hood off the woman's head. In response, the main character grabbed the fabric of her cloak with all her might and turned her head so as not to accidentally show her face. She admitted that she looked unpleasant from the outside, but in no case was she going to show her appearance, because without her old, greasy hooded cloak, the newcomer looked too noticeable. With her unnatural, doll-like beauty, chiseled figure, and long pink hair, for a moment, the protagonist forgot herself and began to smugly describe how soft and pale her skin was, how soft and beautiful her hair was, how beautiful her amethyst eyes were. And all this was the result of a very long and careful character generation in the editor. But now, the long-standing desire to satisfy her ego played a cruel joke on the woman. She was seriously afraid that Adam, having seen her true appearance, would fall madly in love, and after all, she would still have to complete the main quest with him, for which a detached and calm relationship is needed. That was why Azriel, gathering all his strength, broke free from the old man's hands and rushed forward, but not to attack Haley, but to demonstrate to the blonde how many portions of the potion she had brought in her old bag. The nobleman held one of the vials of purple liquid up to his face to examine it closely, and Sherry, feeling cold sweat running down her back again, suggested that she simply leave if her appearance was so unpleasant. The man, having finished his examination, looked at the protagonist again with a cold, emotionless expression on his face, and the girl awkwardly thought that the blonde was probably perplexed because he needed the doctor for something else. The original task of the apothecary is to remain in the palace and regularly give the potion to the imprisoned castle, so that he does not suddenly fall asleep and create some colossal dragon over the city. But Azrael wouldn't want that. After all, the Count had enough servants to perform such a basic procedure, and the healer would be able to perform other tasks during that time and get closer to the end of the passage. Yes, for the newcomer, this idea was very attractive. So much so that she, putting on a fake smile, said, not very convincingly, that she did not particularly want to receive the promised mountain of gold. Clapping her hands as if talking to a child, the protagonist chirped that the knowledge of helping such an important person was more than enough of a reward. But she was easily interrupted. Adam, looking at the bottle with bewilderment, reminded that the ad had clearly stated that a potion was needed to solve the problem of insomnia. But for some reason, Sherry had dragged along a whole mountain of potions that completely destroyed sleep. Someone else would have sweated even more after this, would have started to wriggle and make incomprehensible excuses. But not Azrael. She, on the contrary, glared predatorily, because she knew that this was a trap for the players. It was a kind of joke by the developers. The description of the quest was specially composed so that lazy or impatient gamers would fail the task and put Ludwig to sleep, while thoughtful ones would learn that they should act the opposite way. Thinking bitterly about how warriors only needed to kill 100 monsters to prove their skills, while doctors had to resort to perversion, Sherry began her explanation by saying that a prison convoy had once passed through her village. This was another part of the performance and an attempt to please the Count. The pharmacist decided to portray herself as a good-natured and decent woman who knew that the mysterious criminal should not be allowed to fall asleep. Blinking her eyes, beaming with kindness, and smiling tenderly, the girl assured him that she wanted to help in some way. After all, if Castle had fallen asleep, then, according to the servants, many innocent passers-by would have suffered. After a short silence, Adam Haley remembered that when the disgraced prince was passing through Dover, someone had thrown a jar of potion at him, and now the blonde aristocrat knew who this compassionate stranger was. The interface helpfully informed that, for a while, the future savior of the world stopped doubting Azrael. But that was where the good news ended. The man demanded to follow him, and the pharmacist frightenedly tried to get out of the unpleasant task. Haley didn't get angry, didn't repeat his demand, and didn't do much at all. He just looked at the main character with a very cold and intent gaze, so the girl, frightened, immediately agreed to go where needed. The main characters left the living area of the palace and entered the prison tower where Ludwig was kept. After opening the door, Adam explained to Sherry that she had to keep the prince from falling asleep for 3 days, and if she succeeded, she would receive 100,000 gold coins as a reward. So that the doctor could enter and exit freely, the blonde man gave her the key to the cell, telling her to be careful. Castle, of course, was bound by enchanted chains, but, as they say, God protects the careful. With an air of indifference to all the fish, Azrael promised that she would take this into account, and Haley, considering his task completed, began to leave and only warned at the end that he would give orders regarding the room. Having waited until the aristocrat had completely left, the girl immediately began to shake like a large piece of jelly. She felt terrified and awkward because all her plans had gone down the drain, and that Ludwig, the Lord of Nightmares, was right next to her. She was very worried, because before that, she had only seen the protagonist in the player's videos, and shortly before the beginning of the plot. But when she, overcoming herself, entered the dungeon and saw the shackled, half-naked and sweaty young man, all thoughts disappeared from the heroine's head. For a while, she could only drool, looking at those sculpted abs without a single lump of fat, light clear skin, black hair and scarlet eyes. Castle was specially created as a handsome man, but when they met in person, it felt even better. But then, Azrael reminded herself that she was dealing with a very dangerous person and needed to be careful with him, and so, gathering her will into a fist, she decided to first tell the brunette her name and occupation. She didn't have time to tell much. Ludwig closed his eyes and dropped his head on his shoulder, and didn't react to any words, as if exhaustion had finally taken its toll and sent the main character into a faint. Because of this position of the neck, it would not have been possible to inject the guy with medicine, so the protagonist, overcoming her embarrassment and fear, reached out to the main character's face with trembling hands. But when there was very little left before contact, something unexpected happened. Cassell opened his scarlet eyes and jerked sharply to the side, like a cobra preparing to strike. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense, becoming eerie and heavy, and Ludwig himself, looking at the visitor with incredible hostility, hoarsely ordered her to take her hands away if the woman did not want to die. Only after this did the time traveler come to her senses. She had somehow managed to forget that the poor guy, in order to stay awake, had injured himself, and that he had also developed a hatred of being touched. Then Sherry looked at her own hand in horror. The prince, despite the enchanted chains that blocked all powers, managed to hit her and take away a solid chunk of her hit points, so she had to act with special caution from now on. Looking at her charge with a creepy, almost depraved smile, the pharmacist promised that she would always work in gloves from now on, and immediately pulled on a pair that blocked tactile sensations for the person being touched. But after that, she frowned. The brunette showed absolutely no reaction, as if he had instantly lost interest in the rest of the world, and the heroine decided to somehow attract his attention. The system helpfully informed him that the Nightmare Lord was unable to move due to a condition, but even without that notification, it was clear that the man was feeling very ill. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his eyelids were drooping more and more often until they finally closed completely. And the protagonist realized with horror that Cassell had spent the last of his strength interacting with her, and was now very close to fainting. With a magician's gesture, the traveler took out 3 small bottles with a glowing purple liquid and calmly said, "Forgive me, but by order of the Count, you are obliged to drink this." Unfortunately, the opportunity to show off was ruined by the fact that the brunette was 1 step away from losing consciousness. The girl herself quickly realized this, awkwardly highlighting that the red-eyed young man would not be able to take the potion on his own. In response, the man opened his eyes and glared at the healer, but she was not afraid, because the system did not send any warning messages, and she herself no longer felt that ominous thirst for blood. From this one could conclude that Ludwig actually wanted to take the potion of wakefulness himself. But even if so, there was still one issue: how to pour it in and at the same time touch the prince as little as possible, making him lose his temper. Luckily, there was already a solution to this problem, and Azriel, with a smug grin, pulled out a tranquilizer pistol from her knapsack, which the locals used to catch monsters alive. The protagonist was so bursting with pride in herself that she couldn't stop grinning and giggling, even when she was explaining the device to the indifferent Cassell. Having assured him that it was completely safe, Sherry carefully grabbed her charge by the lower jaw, forcing him to open his mouth, and prepared to insert the barrel of the gun inside. Looking straight into the scarlet eyes of the handsome young aristocrat, the girl repeated mentally that all that was left was a small matter. She just had to stick the device down his throat and make sure that the potion was swallowed. From the outside, this spectacle might even seem erotic, but Ludwig himself certainly didn't like the process. His eyes bulged out of their sockets, and his throat was constricted by a powerful spasm, causing him to cough terribly. Sherry immediately pulled out a pistol and shut the brunette's mouth, ordering him to be patient for a bit and not to spit it out. It was impossible to allow the very first task to fail. For a few seconds, the prince fought the gag reflex and the desire to throw up the vile liquid before finally overcoming it and swallowing the potion with a loud gulp, to the delight of the main character. The protagonist sighed wearily, closing her eyes. A simple task, at first glance, turned into a rare hassle, and for a moment, Azriel even imagined herself as a veterinarian, clamping the mouth of an angry dog so that it would not vomit medicine. But the main thing was that the method worked. The main character was given a drink. And in the end, the pharmacist, in a disgustingly optimistic voice, promised the prisoner to definitely come at the next appointment, and for now, he could rest. The time traveler approached the door, but did not even have time to touch the handle when a suspicious sound was heard. It was a system notification, and the heroine turned sharply to check out what all the fuss is about. It turned out to be Castle. The feeling of threat and death that the protagonist had encountered before returned, because the aristocrat, as the interface kindly informed her, wanted to kill his new tormentor. Sherry's jaw almost dropped to the floor from shock and horror, but another thing worried her even more. The potion, as the system warned, would not last for a day, but only for 1 hour. No, in fact, The main character knew perfectly well that there were several secondary quests in the county in addition to the main one, and that the effect of this elixir was capable of creating immunity in those who regularly took it. The problem was that it was impossible to predict how long it would take for a person to develop immunity and how strong it would be. In this regard, Ludwig, without intending to, caught the doctor off guard. Being a prudent person, Asriel had specially prepared a large number of potions just in case, but now she thought with fear, what to do if at some point the potion completely stops working on the brunette? This seemingly surefire method of solving the problem turned out to be a real trap. Even if you force the prince to drink this whole mountain of bottles, it will not give a complete guarantee that the guy will not fall asleep and create another monster. After considering this scenario, the protagonist decided that she could no longer devote all her attention to the main storyline alone. She vitally needed to complete secondary tasks as well. She turned her gaze to the old, forgotten sword stuck into the floor, and the game immediately showed a description of a new quest: to find the monstrous centipede Dark Eater, collect her dark essence, and return the blade to its former strength. Many centuries ago, the founder of the Haley family destroyed a terrible demon with this sword and sealed its essence. But after the current count became Ludwig's overseer, the blade's seals began to weaken under the influence of two dark forces at once: the soul of the centipede and the prince's curse. Very quickly, the monster's sinister thoughts began to penetrate the noosphere, literally infecting the locals, turning them into deadly and disguised monsters. The Dark Eater uses her new minions to completely remove the sword's protection and free herself, and since she and her offspring are the creations of evil, they can only be destroyed with weapons based on light and grace. This in itself was a very difficult task, but the quest was further complicated by two factors. Firstly, the monster could only be finally finished off with a very powerful divine weapon, and secondly, the infected characters were different for each user. But if the user managed to successfully kill the centipedes, he would receive a special dark essence as a reward. By feeding it to the old blade, it could return its former power, which would be very useful during the final quest, when Adam had to prevent the end of the world. It was a very difficult task, and for most gamers, it was beyond their capabilities. But Sherry tried to cheer herself up and console herself with the fact that, unlike others, she had the help of developers. Then the girl turned her gaze to the interface and gasped in horror. While she was lost in thought, several precious minutes had passed in reality, so the pharmacist resolutely headed away to complete her tasks. After leaving the dungeon, the protagonist voice commanded the Game Master's chat window to appear, and Ari was the first to send messages, happy that she could talk to Asriel again. Jin was pointedly innocently surprised that the pharmacist had not yet been strangled by Castle, and Sarah seriously agreed that this was indeed an excellent achievement. But the time traveler was not going to listen to this nonsense. She demanded to know the name of the centipede's hideout. Ari noted that she was very touched by the main character's decision to take on secondary tasks, but she was not allowed to finish her sentence. The healer reminded her that she was stuck in this situation due to the company's mistakes, and once again demanded that the mission be spoiled. Without taking offense, the blonde programmer wrote that the first centipede owned a maid who delivered food to Sherry, and she realized with annoyance that she would have to rush to her bedroom as fast as she could to not miss the first opponent. The girl asked sadly if there were any parasites hiding somewhere nearby, but the answer was obviously disappointing, because the audience was shown a stone wall and a window leading to one of the living rooms of the palace. The door was opened by a beautiful, young, black-haired girl in a maid's uniform, but what she said contrasted with her appearance in the most radical way. The maid immediately poured slops on the doctor and demanded that she go out and eat what they brought. Grumbling at the filthy tramp who does nothing but brew potions, the possessed servant went to look for her charge and very quickly came across her, lying relaxed. Asriel had somehow managed to run to her room in time and hide the signs of hellish fatigue. Having scolded her for allegedly not working, the brunette threw a plate of bread under the protagonist's nose, ordering her to eat it. Only the loaf turned out to be so moldy and rotten that the poor thing almost threw up just from looking at it. Sherry struggled to stop vomiting and asked how anyone could eat something like that, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat, because the demoness's furious gaze could cause heart attacks. This was no exaggeration. The possessed one went berserk to such an extent that she completely destroyed her disguise, growing long fangs and changing the color of her eyes to black and purple. The main character had time to think that yes, she knew that infected people become much more cruel, but it was still too much, before the maid, completely enraged, rushed at the victim, waving her claws. Unfortunately for the centipede, Azrael was not the kind of idiot to walk into a lion's cage unarmed. As soon as the she-devil got close enough, the apothecary threw a vial of sun potion at her, instantly destroying her. The system helpfully noted that the protagonist had finished off a first-level demon and received 1 piece of dark essence as a reward. It looked like a ball of purple flame. Sherry assumed that potions with beneficial properties would work no worse than some light blades, and she was completely right, especially since the possessed girl was not harmed at all, so the hunt could continue. However, the traveler did not have time to go far. The system showed her that there were less than 20 seconds left before the effect of the wakefulness potion expired, so she had to hurry to the prince. Somehow, the healer managed to reach the tower before the potion's effect expired, and Cassel fell asleep. She literally knocked down the doors and shouted loudly that it was time to take the medicine again when she reached the dungeon. Despite the fact that less than a day had passed, Sherry already perceived her new life as a routine. First, she had finished off several demonic centipedes, and now it was time to give the prisoner a special solution to drink. As for the balls of dark energy that fell after the demons died, the protagonist carefully collected them, after which she rubbed them into the blade of Haley's ancient weapon. Unfortunately, due to game restrictions, the blade could only accept 1 essence per day, which is why the mission had to be completed over 3 days. But even the first time was enough for the sword to begin to awaken its former power. And every time the newcomer came to Ludwig, he would glare at her with hatred. All these potion techniques infuriated the guy to the point of trembling, and, despite the fact that he remained chained, at such moments, Sherry was much more afraid of the brunette than of those same centipedes. The protagonist thought to herself that she, of course, wasn't going to be friends with some NPC. But on the other hand, he remained the main character of the game, so it would be more useful to somehow change their relationship, making it warmer. Trying to appear as friendly and caring as possible, Azrael asked if Cassel found it annoying to have the potion forced down his throat like an animal, and suggested that instead, they give him a bottle to drink himself. She tried to convince the young man that there was nothing strange about this, because in the end, all this was happening primarily for the well-being of Ludwig himself. But he did not answer, only continued to pierce his interlocutor with the gaze of his scarlet eyes. However, these words had their effect. After a long silence, the enchanted aristocrat eventually opened his mouth, allowing the girl to calmly pour in the potion. Having completed this technique, the protagonist left the tower. But before leaving, she looked at it for a while, reflecting on her progress in exterminating the evil spirits. Several hours passed, and the main character again appeared in the dungeon with a bottle of elixir. During this time, she managed to give Cassel a strengthening potion to restore some of the unfortunate man's strength and make the procedure easier. But all the optimistic words stuck in Sherry's throat when she suddenly saw a completely empty cell. Only scraps of chains were lying on the floor, as if some demigod had pulled them out of the wall. The girl was so surprised that she could only ask in shock where the prince had gone, and she did not feel how huge muscular hands were approaching her head. The freed brunette did not finish off the healer, as one might think. He only threw her on the floor, fell on top of her, squeezing her throat with his hands, and coldly asked who she was. Naturally, it is very problematic to answer when an enraged strongman is strangling you, but Cassel did not understand this. Boiling with rage and hatred, the damned prince once again demanded that the traveler identify herself, and the girl, with some titanic effort, managed to hoarsely ask what the hell was going on here. Unfortunately for her, Ludwig was too angry to answer other people's questions. He wanted answers to his own, and so the man repeated his demand for the 3rd time, frowning furiously and gritting his teeth. And to make the victim think and agree to talk faster, the brunette threatened to wring her neck. And he specifically said this in a calm, detached tone to demonstrate how little he would care about the murder. The protagonist wheezed terribly, feeling the air rapidly leaving her lungs, but she still had enough strength to name her profession. And at the same time, numbers appeared before Sherry's eyes, one after another, demonstrating the strength of the damage inflicted. Panic increasingly took hold of the main character's mind. She thought with despair that she could not die and go to Dover again, so something had to be done. But how could she cope with such a bull? The pharmacist turned her cloudy gaze to her thigh, seeing a special capsule containing a sleeping pill, and it dawned on her. This was the only working option in this situation. True, there was still a small problem. It was necessary to somehow manage to discreetly stick the needle into a vulnerable area. And Castle, despite many years of imprisonment and lack of sleep, was a real mountain of meat. When the healer realized which place would be best for a surprise attack, she hesitated for a moment, because it was so cruel. But very quickly, she cast aside all doubts, because she was, after all, a living person, and Ludwig was just an electronic dummy. With her last strength, Azrael pulled out a flask with a huge needle and prepared to stick it right into the brunette's genitals, mentally saying goodbye to his hypothetical descendants. But at that moment, the prince let go of her and abruptly moved away. The aristocrat seemed to have foreseen what exactly she would do and safely avoided the deadly blow, while the protagonist rolled over onto her back, gasping for air. So far, Castle had not tried to attack the newcomer, but not because he had suddenly taken a liking to her. He had actually managed to notice how the victim was about to beat him, and now he wanted to know what the girl was holding in her hand. Sherry looked at the guy with shock and horror, and breathed heavily like a driven horse. But her brain worked well, and the pharmacist immediately understood that the tranquilizer needed to be hidden so that she would not be killed. Fortunately, the main character managed to find the right solution this time too. She showed the enraged Ludwig a mandrake flower and masterfully portrayed a beautiful and innocent but stupid young healer who was not capable of harming even a fly. In response, the man hissed irritably through his teeth and replied that he didn't care. But at least he calmed down and folded his arms across his chest instead of starting to strangle the protagonist again. Realizing that the immediate threat had passed, the girl sat up with great difficulty, closed her eyes, and breathed heavily, mentally thanking the higher powers that Castle had not noticed anything. Having made sure that the healer had caught her breath enough, the bewitched nobleman, without any mercy, forced her to rise, grabbing her by the head, and then asked a strange question. Was she really alone, and where was the other? The traveler very quickly realized that Ludwig, like Adam, believed that the pharmacist should be accompanied by an adventurous player. But out loud, she only plaintively assured that she was absolutely not guilty of anything. The prince coldly replied that the protagonist had seemed strange to him from the very beginning. No matter what her external reaction, in reality, she always remained calm, although people usually either fell off their feet laughing or peed in horror at the sight of the red-eyed brunette. The girl thought, what kind of nonsense is the main character talking about now? He was a damn vampire, almost 2 meters tall, with the physique of a bodybuilder and the character of a rabid hyena. What kind of suicide do you have to be to find him funny? In addition, Ludwig's muscles were not just for show. It is unknown how he managed to pump them up, being chained and immobilized for years. But just one dose of a healing potion was enough for him to break the metal and enchanted chains. Looking straight into the heroine's eyes, Castle replied that she was acting as if she knew what he was, and then asked again if Sherry was really the doctor Haley had called. Realizing with horror that the wrong answer could easily enrage the imperial heir, Azrael very awkwardly began to say that the Count had said that an important person had arrived from the capital. Cassell didn't say anything, didn't smile or make an evil grimace. He simply looked and listened with such an indifferent look, as if his interlocutor had no meaning for him. Then the young man suddenly repeated that he still didn't like the healer, and asked why her face was covered, after which he forcefully pulled the protagonist's hood and hair up, causing her to gasp in pain. As it turned out, the main character's cloak was enchanted in such a way that those around her could not really see her face. It seemed to them like some kind of blurry spot. Ashy made a special effort to ensure that crowds of fans would not follow her. Ludwig, of course, didn't know this, and he didn't like the anonymity of his interlocutor, so he, like Kendrick earlier, tried to pull off the hood by force. But the girl grabbed him like a mad cat and rattled off that. In the process, half of her face was paralyzed. She had terrible scars, and she was suffering from a terrible disease. Of course, If the prince is so fearless that he doesn't mind the above, Azriel will gladly show him everything, but she cut herself off mid-sentence. The system warned that the next portion of the potion would expire in a matter of seconds. Realizing that the man was about to faint, flooding the entire county with monsters, the protagonist instantly changed her demeanor. She cringed, and in a very sweet, plaintive voice asked for a new dose. Only then did the red-eyed brunette show any emotion other than contempt or anger. He was so surprised that he reflexively grinned and giggled, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Be that as it may, he removed his scarred hand from Sherry's head, and then asked her frankly what it felt like when they were pressing on her throat in an attempt to strangle her. This defiant behavior made the newcomer very angry, so much so that she didn't even pay attention to the game's notification that the Lord of Nightmares no longer doubted her. At first, Azriel responded indignantly that, of course, it was very painful for her. But then it dawned on her. This was Ludwig's way of getting revenge on her for all those times when she forced him to swallow potions by putting a gun in his mouth. Someone else might have been ashamed and would have rushed to ask for forgiveness, but not the time traveler. She, on the contrary, almost burst from anger and indignation because she sincerely tried to take care of the prince's well-being and even tried not to touch him, not to irritate him unnecessarily. Unable to control her emotions, Sherry even stood on tiptoe to scream right in Cassel's face that he wouldn't have died from taking the potion orally. He only needed to endure 5 seconds of mild discomfort. Looking away, the young man declares that he also squeezed the protagonist's throat for 5 seconds, which kind of makes them even. But the heroine is even more angry. She was strangled for much longer. In response, the brunette lifted a piece of chain and calmly asked if the pharmacist wanted to test her statement in practice. And Azriel wisely chose to change her shoes, admitting that she was wrong. After this, the healer turned away and began to whine quietly, scolding the cruel and indifferent young man in every possible way. After all, what a scoundrel he was, threatening an innocent person with brute force. The protagonist looked at this with an indifferent and detached expression for a few seconds before laconically ordering, "Get it out!" But Sherry didn't understand what he was talking about. As it turned out, Cassel wanted to get potions for insomnia, restoring strength and healing injuries, and not just one, but all the ones the healer had in her knapsack, and the tense atmosphere eloquently hinted that he would not accept a refusal. For a few moments, the Korean woman looked at the brunette with eyes dazed with fear and shock, before asking in a very awkward voice if this was some kind of strange joke. A small time skip occurs, after which readers are shown how the protagonist is walking irritably through a large hall. Ludwig, of course, was not joking, and the girl had to give him the equipment in order to leave safely. For the healer, this was very humiliating. She, like a tiny and weak mouse, gave all her treasures to a huge guy who could break her neck with a slight movement of his hand, in the hope that she would not be touched for this. Moreover, that time the main character of the game, not trusting the stranger's words, grabbed her by the waist, lifted her high above the ground, turned her over, and shook out all the elixirs from her secret pockets. At the moment, Sherry was angrily cracking her fingers, clenching them into a fist, and gnashing her teeth. Mentally, she swore that she would never forget such an insult in her life, even from an NPC. But no matter how unpleasant it was, the Korean woman consoled herself with the thought that Cassel had only gotten a pittance, while she still had a whole mountain of aces up her sleeve. Or, better to say, a ton of potions. This was another gift from the developers and masters of the game for easier and faster passage. The cape not only hid the appearance, but also contained a huge number of things, and only the wearer could view the inventory. Of course, the artifact still looked like a shabby cape of a stereotypical old witch, but Azriel didn't care at all. She was ready to literally kiss her new clothes. Still, thanks to this, the girl managed to get out of trouble with the bloodthirsty prince with the least damage. Now Ludwig will take the medicine himself, and there is no need to run to him every hour, forcing him to swallow the potion. This is exactly what the main character wanted from the very beginning, when she first arrived at the Haley estate. And now, opening the doors to the main hall, she was thinking about fully concentrating on secondary tasks. It was the same level 25 Voss that the newcomer had noticed the moment she first appeared in the estate. Now she asked herself out loud and directly what this thing was needed for. Sarah, One of the protagonist's developers and advisors helpfully informed that this item was necessary for hunting the leader of the demons, but the healer was in doubt. She had never encountered this chandelier in her playthroughs. Jin shrugged and replied that no one had ever found the chandelier in all that time. And Sarah indignantly added that gamers were idiots. They just needed to look at the map more carefully. But Sherry mentally objected that it was stupid to expect that someone would be able to find such a trifle unless they miraculously stumbled upon it. And then the pharmacist nearly jumped out of her pants in fright. Right in front of her, as if out of thin air, Kendrick suddenly materialized and sullenly asked why she was talking to herself. Realizing what had happened, the girl mentally cringed at how embarrassing it looked, but calmly explained out loud that she was simply trying to find the servants' dining room. The old man in the monocle measured her with a strange and thoughtful look, as if he was trying to read the very thoughts of his interlocutor. And then he turned sharply and ordered her to follow him in order to see something. The protagonist quietly replied that the head of the servants was very kind, but at the same time she shuddered with a bad feeling. Why did the old man need to distract her from her work? She could have stood there and thought for a very long time, but Azrael eventually decided to take a risk. After all, she couldn't be sure what exactly this strange servant was planning. At one point, Kendrick stopped, turned over his shoulder, and in a very quiet but ominous voice, ordered the apothecary to come to the stairs tomorrow, give all the insomnia potions, and leave the estate, for which he was going to pay a large sum of gold. At the same time, the old man's eye changed, becoming purple and acquiring a slit-shaped pupil, a sure sign that he, too, was infected by the demonic centipede and was working to strengthen the curse, while also destroying the seals of the sword. When the end of the world finally comes, the freed monsters will give the demons so much energy that they will be able to fully resurrect. And to achieve this goal, the parasites were ready to do anything to drive gamers and doctors out of the lands of Haley, but they had to offer a deal only before the disaster began. The main character tried not to show her emotions, but in reality, cold sweat ran down her spine. She couldn't understand why the game suddenly began to deviate from the scenarios written by the developers, and Kendrick continued walking after that, as if nothing had happened. On the contrary, he asked in a very calm voice how Adam's task was going and how many serums the healer had left. Sherry found herself in a difficult situation. She had no time to chat with anyone, but she couldn't turn her back on the monster, so she answered out loud with an exaggerated carefree tone that there were still enough potions, just enough to prevent the onset of a catastrophe. After that, the werewolf repeated his demand, and Azrael again thought about the fact that the plot for some reason unfolded much faster than it should have. On the other hand, the traveler had no desire to participate in these intrigues any longer than necessary, so she was even glad of this turn of events. But she only complained out loud about the small bribe with a sad look. Like the maid before him, the possessed old man instantly flared up. His eyes became completely demonic, his skin turned white, and pitch darkness thickened around him. Now no longer resembling a normal human being, the devilish centipede called the protagonist scum, and furiously threatened to accuse her of witchcraft, organizing a painful execution. If this had happened in reality, the Korean woman would have undoubtedly fainted from horror. But there was still a game around, so Azrael was not impressed. She only mentally noted that yes, the man was also tainted. The creepy old man, continuing to rage, asked whether Sherry really treated him like some kind of joke. And the pharmacist, in fake horror, said, "No, what are you saying? Thank you for showing me the way." Kendrick bought into the little show, then turned on his heel and walked away, once again assuming the appearance of an ordinary, harmless old gentleman. Of course, the demon was not so self-confident or stupid as to not be aware of the violation of the masquerade, but killing Azrael was not yet part of his plans, which he honestly warned the girl about. In order to intimidate the healer and force her to follow orders, the possessed old man opened the door to one of the rooms and showed a whole group of demon-infected people. There were at least 6 of them. Even one centipede devourer made a very frightening and oppressive impression, and such a large flock would plunge anyone into panic. Such a strong aura emanated from them. But the most frightening thing was not even this, but the fact that such a crowd had gathered together at all on someone's orders. Sherry remembered that only the supreme monster, who who seemed to be sitting in Kendrick, had such power. If this were the real world, any person would have long since lost consciousness and wet themselves when a whole flock of unknown supernatural creatures rushed at them. But the protagonist remained cooler than an iceberg. In one swift and practiced movement, she pulled a tranquilizer gun filled with bright yellow liquid from her bag and admitted that this development was actually to her advantage. Without waiting for the first monster to reach her and tear her to pieces, the newcomer extended her hand with the weapon and fired the same potion of light with which she defeated her first demoness. The effect exceeded all possible expectations. The devilish creatures hissed furiously, gnashed their elongated teeth, and tried to reach out with their claws, but they could not do anything with the seemingly harmless girl. Despite the fact that Azrael was not a warrior, she shot very accurately. Each time she hit the next enemy right in the face, forcing him to try in vain to hide from the deadly potion. And this was enough. As soon as the elixir touched the body of the possessed, the demon inside instantly died, and the person lost consciousness without any harm. The main character had to spin around quite a bit to avoid the first attacks and hit all the centipedes, but she was incredibly proud of herself. All the opponents were successfully destroyed, and each one left behind a dark essence that could be fed to the sword. Then it dawned on her that the treacherous old man who had tried to organize this ambush was nowhere to be found. But the Korean woman didn't have time to think about it properly. A whole squad of angry people burst into the hall. An unknown young man in a white military uniform pointed his finger at the protagonist and ordered her to be seized for attacking Count Haley's servants. And Adam himself stood behind, with his usual indifferent expression on his face. The pharmacist turned around in horror, trying to understand when the blonde had even managed to appear here, and why Kendrick, the leader of the demonic parasites, was so calmly standing next to him. Frowning slightly, the blonde aristocrat calmly asked whether the Korean woman had really harmed his servants. And the system, as always, promptly notified that Haley was now treating the protagonist with great mistrust. The guards who had come with the nobleman immediately stood in front of the newcomer with crossed halberds, and she, losing her composure from fear, screamed that this was all one gigantic misunderstanding. Then the healer's gaze found a strange man. He was standing behind everyone and looked very similar to Kendrick, only a couple of decades younger, and the interface reported that this was Frank Hameter, the palace's senior butler. While the girl realized what kind of trouble she had gotten herself into, since the Count and his inner circle had paid attention to her, the disguised leader of the demons argued that Sherry was a deadly criminal who had tried to destroy Haley, and therefore deserved the most severe punishment. Adam responded by coldly ordering the servant to shut up, after which he turned to the protagonist with a request to tell her how everything happened from her point of view. He was not going to pass judgment in the heat of the moment. The immediate mortal danger had passed, but the girl still continued to be nervous and quietly moan. No suitable explanation for what had happened came to mind. The same guard who had ordered Azrael's arrest shouted furiously that she was a criminal who had tried to break the noble line. And the pharmacist, in a panic, shouted the words, "senior servant." Pointing to one of the unconscious servants, the Korean woman lied that the woman had come to her during lunch to buy several bottles of sleeping elixir. In response, Adam only asked again, "Senior maid?" and frowned in confusion. This man was so cold-blooded that even in such unpleasant situations, he did not show emotions. Meanwhile, Sherry was carried away no worse than Ostap. Feeling her clothes getting wet from sweat and her tongue getting tangled, she enthusiastically told how the servants were so afraid of Castle Ludwig that they could not fall asleep in the usual way and needed sleeping pills. Unfortunately, there was a mistake in the dosage, and instead of calming down and peacefully dozing off, the footmen and maids collapsed as lifeless bodies. Azrael was even surprised at how smoothly she lied about it and didn't blush. Realizing that her well-being and ability to complete the game directly depended on whether Haley believed her, the healer tried her best to convince the blonde that what had happened was nothing more than an accident with an inept use of the potion. The atmosphere in the room was very tense and cold. It seemed that at any moment the windows would open wide, letting in a monstrous blizzard, when someone's voice said, "Count, it's true." It turned out to be one of the guards. All this time, the guards had been carefully checking the breathing and pulse of the other servants before they were sure that they were really just fast asleep. Furthermore, The soldiers were unable to detect any wounds, and Kendrick, realizing his failure, frowned angrily. But then Frank, the head of all the servants, spoke for the first time. Smiling good-naturedly and squinting his eyes like a kind uncle, the man asked if that was the case, then why Azrael hadn't called the guards from the very beginning. And the demon behind him grinned triumphantly, anticipating how the heroine would finally get into trouble. Admitting to herself that Hemider was much smarter than his appearance would suggest, the healer drawled that her potion was to blame, so she tried to find a solution herself. Looking Sherry straight in the face again, Adam simply asked if she was lying, and the pharmacist, making the most pitiful and touching face she could muster, assured her that she was not. Oddly enough, this was enough. Haley ordered the soldiers to release the healer, and she smiled happily, feeling as if she had just been born a second time. Azrael began to literally bow at the blonde's feet, thanking him for the favor shown, and mentally added that the Count really was a future great and selfless hero. It was truly a miracle. All the high-ranking and close associates of the nobleman tried to denigrate the newcomer. She was already mentally imagining herself burning at the stake, but everything turned out well. Still feeling euphoric that the trouble had passed her by, only brushing her by the edge, the main character was about to leave, supposedly to visit Ludwig, but she was stopped. Adam suddenly found himself very close to the protagonist, and, looking down at her, asked if she was satisfied with the size of the fee. And the healer asked in surprise what she was talking about. The Korean woman remembered what she had talked about with the centipede demon, and thought with horror that it was not the demon who was trying to drive her out, but Haley who was conducting some kind of test, especially since he repeated his question again. The main character didn't answer right away. She stared at the blonde man with a puzzled look for some time, trying to understand why he had suddenly started this game, what benefit there was from it. The first explanation that came to the girl's mind turned out to be so terrible that she broke out in a cold sweat. In fact, the leader of the centipedes was not sitting in the body of one of the butlers, but in the Count himself. But even if this is true, the behavior and appearance of the infected Adam was very different from other possessed people. He did not have crazy black eyes with snake pupils, and he did not attack those around him in hysterics because of the slightest refusal. On the other hand, Haley was naturally an incredibly stoic and cool person, so even if there were any changes in him, it could be extremely difficult for an outsider to notice. While the protagonist was thinking, the blonde man remained silent, but the interface warned that the Count was starting to get irritated by the prolonged silence, and the healer realized that she needed to say something, but very carefully, so as not to cause more trouble. Right off the bat, the main character couldn't think of anything better to do than agree that yes, 100,000 full-weight gold coins were, from her point of view, an unreasonably small amount. Kendrick almost had a heart attack from these words. He waved his fists furiously and screamed that Sherry was an ungrateful girl and that she would never earn such treasures in her life. But the old man was shut up. Adam himself was not at all indignant, or, more likely, skillfully hid it. He only replied that the conversation would continue tomorrow, and the protagonist hastened to bow before leaving. In the end, however, the pharmacist did not leave. She, without embarrassment to anyone, rushed to run, flashing her heels as if a whole army of bloodthirsty, hungry monsters were chasing her. Those around her looked at the main character with shock and shame, but not Haley. Although outwardly he still seemed indifferent and unconcerned, the interface confirmed that the aristocrat began to feel more interest in Azrael. Having run away from possible troubles to a sufficient distance, Sherry again activated the dialogue window with the game masters to clarify with them whether one of the main characters could fall under the control of a demonic parasite. Ari responded with excitement that there was no function in the system settings that would allow such a thing. And then the healer thought again. If Adam was not possessed by demons, then why would he drive her out? The girl started typing a long message again, and the protagonist looked at the dialogue box with an irritated look. How could it be that the developer didn't know how his application worked? Then Sarah intervened in the dialogue. With a slight reproach, as if explaining obvious things to a small child, she told Azrael that although the authors can observe the passage, they cannot foresee all possible changes in the game. The time traveler closed the dialogue window with even greater irritation, asking into the void what these useless assistants could possibly know, after which she decided to get back to business. The girl inserted the key into the door and turned it, thinking that she had a very bad feeling about what would happen next. But unfortunately, there was no way to find out what awaited her, and the work had to be done. Carefully opening the doors to the prison cell, the protagonist loudly warned Castle that she had come again, and the prince, having assumed an emphatically relaxed and seductive pose, mockingly replied that the healer was late. The Korean woman looked at this with such indignation that she didn't even notice at what point she began to open her mouth like a fish. Such impudence simply went beyond all bounds of reason. But what struck the woman even more was that she had only been gone half a day. But during that time, the brunette had somehow managed to drink all the potions that had been given to her, so that the room was now full of empty bottles. Completely forgetting her former fear of Ludwig, Azriel screamed at him with incredible anger that the elixirs had to be drunk 1 per hour. In response, the man only raised an eyebrow, folded his arms across his chest, and explained that he wanted to sleep, so he took medication to stay awake. So what kind of complaints could there possibly be? The healer grabbed her head in hysterics. Damn, Cassell was just doing what he wanted, abusing his powers like a huge, nasty cat. The main problem was that such a large number of potions could either cause a person to develop resistance or addiction. But in any case, if the prince fell asleep, a real nightmare would begin, which could lead to the death of the protagonist in reality. Shrugging his shoulders carelessly and mockingly, Cassell said that 1 dose per hour was too little for him. Sherry makes very bad elixirs. They don't really have an effect. Feeling steam about to whistle out of her ears, the newcomer angrily rasped that everything was fine with her tinctures. She was very offended by how indifferent and insulting this egoist was to her. And Ludwig wasn't even satisfied with that. He said with exaggerated calm that he would inform the Count that the pharmacist he had hired was in fact a saboteur trying to exterminate a noble family, causing Azriel to jump in indignation and declare that she was completely mentally healthy. The guy's reaction to this was very unexpected. He didn't start grinning again. On the contrary, he stared thoughtfully into space for a few seconds before gloomily asking whether the problem was in himself. It is unknown what the damned prince was thinking, but he definitely didn't want to joke anymore. He ordered the dumbfounded protagonist to stop chatting, give him the potions, and get lost if she wasn't tired of living. But this did not frighten the healer, quite the opposite. Even more enraged with anger, the main character croaked that it was not a matter of which of them was more guilty, but that an overdose could lead to immunity to the effects of insomnia. But after that, the Korean woman cut herself off in mid-sentence and looked away gloomily, like a person who suddenly realized how much nonsense she was talking. Looking at the same puffed-up and turned-away guy, the time traveler thought that he might have already developed increased resistance, reducing the effects to nothing. And Ludwig was very ashamed of this, which is why he behaved so impudently. After this, the protagonist, now in the role of narrator, explained to the audience that Cassell had always been known among Save the Era players as a very rude, cold, and tough person. However, fans of the red-eyed brunette insisted that this was nothing more than a mask, and that in fact the enchanted prince was an incredibly kind person. This was not shown through beautiful words or sweet gestures, but in actions. As befits the main character of the setting, Ludwig desperately tried to save his homeworld from destruction. In addition, the man's body was completely covered with huge pink scars and marks. These were not traces of an attack by cruel players. The prince himself inflicted these wounds in an attempt to stay awake and not kill innocent people. And those users who progressed further in the story were shocked when they saw how Cassell, risking his own neck, rushed into battle with a certain monster. In other words, Ludwig wasn't the snarky jerk he seemed to be. He was acting that way because he was so ashamed of his accidentally acquired immunity that it was harder for him to resist being put down. So Sherry decided to calmly explain to him what the real problem was. Trying to sound as kind as possible, Azriel suggested that the protagonist might have had resistance to the potion long before that moment. But the brunette only muttered that he didn't know, since he wasn't the one who prepared the tinctures. And after that, the system reported that the aristocrat truly doubted the apothecary's skills. The traveler clenched her fist furiously. She tried very hard to behave nicely and kindly with the prince, but he continued to be rude and insult her, like an endlessly spoiled and capricious child. With a very sour expression, The healer suggested that Ludwig's supposed immunity had nothing to do with it, but no matter how things were, it was impossible to abuse the elixirs any longer. She felt very uncomfortable communicating with the prince any longer, but there was no other way out. So the protagonist coldly warned that she would conduct an experiment that night to check how well the serums worked on the brunette, so the young man would again receive one piece at a time. The time traveler handed the brunette a small bottle filled with sparkling purple liquid and asked him to warn her when he felt sleepy again, but the guy only indifferently replied that the girl could do whatever she wanted. The Korean woman didn't even have time to take a step when it suddenly dawned on her. Who could guarantee that Cassell wouldn't pounce on her again and try to strangle her, like last time? Despite the fact that the man was already free from the chains, the main character very abruptly ran away to the side. And Ludwig, starting to boil, demanded that she stop fooling around and just give her the potion. The pharmacist looked at the bottle for a few seconds, wondering how best to do this without putting herself in danger. And then suddenly, she leaned over, placed her feet as if she were about to sprint, raised her hand back, and threw the rounded vessel forward like a bowling ball. She clenched her fist in triumph as the glass bottle safely rolled to the prince, who did not move or even say anything watching this performance. It seemed that everything would go well. But then Cassell cast such an angry, furious look at the healer that if it could kill, only a pile of ashes would remain of the woman. Even the system warned that the Lord of Nightmares takes ill with your actions, and Azrael thought with confusion that this high-born fellow didn't like her again. Meanwhile, Ludwig did not limit himself to just a look. Literally turning blue with terrible rage, he slowly rose and approached the heroine, asking what the hell that was. Feeling again like a miserable, pathetic rodent that could easily be crushed by a ruthless giant, Sherry babbled pitifully that she did it for her own safety, and from now on, she would always give the potions in this way. Having calmed down a bit, the brunette coldly said that it would be better for her to start injecting him with potions using a gun again, and the protagonist, without a drop of mockery, admitted that this was a good idea. For a moment, she even imagined herself shooting liquid, forcing Cassell, with his dog ears and tail, to catch it with his tongue, and the prince, as if reading the healer's thoughts, again measured her with a murderous look, such that the woman shuddered with chills. She wondered what exactly this capricious imperial heir wanted from her, while outside, a magnificent crimson sunset began. Of course, the main character couldn't see this beauty, but she wouldn't have cared anyway. Now, sitting on her knees in the cell, she mentally cursed the hot-tempered protagonist in every way. She mentally convinced herself that she wanted to spit on all this sympathy, while Cassell sat at the other end of the room and watched with interest what the woman was doing. Unfortunately, there was no way to influence the young man's behavior. Ludwig was one of those individuals who, having made a plan, would carry it out to the very end, no matter what it cost them. But to be fair, it wasn't just about getting on the nerves of those around him. In fact, in order to disrupt the end of the world, the brunette would have entered into an alliance with even his worst enemy without a second thought. In other words, if the aristocrat still hasn't gotten rid of the healer and is ready to communicate with her, then he has developed an interest, which means he will soon offer a deal. In reality, the prince approached Azrael and coldly informed her that for her own safety, she would be better off leaving all the potions here and running away as quickly as possible. In the past, this could have easily scared the protagonist and many other people, but not now. Firmly looking straight into the man's red snake eyes, Sherry answered categorically that this would not happen. Cassell's expression barely changed, but in fact, the brunette was so surprised that for the first time in many years, someone was not afraid of him that he took a few steps back, asking why the pharmacist was doing this. Having now decided to communicate with Ludwig exclusively on business, without any hint of friendship, the doctor said that she needed to find out whether he really had resistance to the effects of drugs. The protagonist couldn't help but mentally praise herself for behaving like a very sober-minded business person, but her interlocutor hadn't said anything yet. He just looked back. Suddenly, the man turned away, folded his arms across his chest, and mockingly declared that some pathetic ragamuffin is trying to snatch her measly pennies, to the great indignation and bewilderment of the newcomer. Burning with anger, the woman reminded him that the arrogant prince had not even seen her face, but was throwing around such insults. But Cassell was not at all impressed. He mockingly asked, "You?" And the Korean woman, continuing to clench her hands into fists, confirmed that he was the one who was wrong here and doing stupid things. But the protagonist continued to mock. He smirked arrogantly and noted that the main character had recently been ready to crawl on her knees. And now she was demonstrating such courage and tenacity that Ludwig became curious. Does Adam Haley know what depths his newfound employee hides? The interface noted that the Nightmare Lord was a little interested in this sudden change in Sherry's character, but she did not pay any attention. Angrily grinding her teeth, the pharmacist replied that she was only polite to those who responded in kind. She probably wanted to explain to the brunette what a disgusting, ill-mannered pig he was, but she didn't have time. A system window suddenly appeared before her eyes, showing a timer that had almost finished counting down. It was the clock that showed that one day had ended and another had begun, so it was time to feed the ancient blade with the essence obtained from killing demons. The protagonist, having quickly finished her argument with the damned nobleman, rushed to the blade. She really regretted that she wouldn't be able to kill a few more centipedes tonight, but she was lucky at least in that there was a lot of dark energy left over from the last time. The main problem was that the Korean was losing time. There were only 2 days left before the disaster, and the weapon was still not ready, but perhaps it could be completed if she applied as much effort as possible. As it turns out, Ludwig, the bewitched prince of the Xenon Empire, had been closely monitoring Sherry's actions the entire time, and at one point said that she was working on reviving the blade. Azrael shuddered from fear and surprise, but the brunette did not finish there. Looking at his interlocutor with great curiosity, he wondered out loud how a simple healer could know about such a treasure. The interface warned that the Lord of Nightmares had very strong doubts about the protagonist's actions, and she thought with concern that there was nothing like that in the game either, but there was no way to avoid answering in such a situation. Unable to come up with anything better on the spot, the main character, with a very determined face, declared that she was simply following orders from Adam Haley, who, of course, had no idea what she was doing. In response, the brunette looked very attentively straight into her eyes and even seemed to become worried, after which he quietly repeated the Count's name with questioning intonations. The woman easily lied that yes, these were the blonde man's plans, and that he had actually obtained the dark energy as well, and mentally reassured herself that the men would not meet each other in person until the apocalypse, which meant that they would not find out about the lie until the very end. The red-eyed youth looked to the side very thoughtfully and muttered, "He caught the darkness-swallowing centipede?" As if it was something beyond the realm of possibility. The time traveler cautiously confirmed that yes, that was how it was. But at the same time, she was worried. She didn't like that the usually self-confident or irritated prince had suddenly changed so much. Then it dawned on her that Cassell shouldn't have known about the existence of demons in the county in principle. He spent many years in prison, but this could be explained by the fact that the young man learned the legend of the founder of Haley before his curse. Then the brunette said, "Listen, you!" And the pharmacist even recoiled in fear, because she had once again dove deeply into her thoughts, forgetting about the surrounding reality. The girl nervously asked if the protagonist needed another portion of the potion, and he chuckled contentedly, saying that Sherry was not that stupid, and accepting a new portion from her. As it turned out after this, Azrael had not forgotten about her original plan at all. To find out how effectively the potion works on Ludwig, so she took a round object out of her knapsack. This artifact was very reminiscent of the old pocket watches that noble Europeans wore 1.5 to 2 centuries ago. It even had 2 hands and Roman numerals for counting time. After this, there was a small time skip. The deep night had already given way to a bright sunny day. The clock obediently counted the time intervals, and Castle finished drinking another batch of elixir. The artifact turned out to be enchanted to show the user time in earthly format through a projection, and this time it confirmed that the effect of the insomnia potion lasted 25 minutes. This was much shorter than the time period that was in effect at the beginning, when the man was just given the tinctures to drink. But, fortunately, the effect did not last less than half an hour. After that, Azrael opened her inventory. It was filled to the brim with tens, if not hundreds of thousands of different elixirs, and the healer quickly calculated that if the interval did not decrease, this would be enough for them. After that, Sherry very strictly ordered Ludwig to take the serum every 25 minutes. just like a real doctor prescribing a prescription to a patient. For the first time in the entire story, Castle smiled good-naturedly and showed some concern for the main character. Even though he demanded that she give him more serums and get out, the man also added that the pharmacist would simply need to rest in order to make new ones later. The time traveler, rising to her feet and thoughtfully scratching her chin, admitted that she was not resting, and this surprised the usually impenetrable prince so much that he asked with genuine confusion, "What, completely?" The protagonist, throwing up her hands, responded with exaggerated modesty that this was just part of her lot as a healer, to help others without looking back at herself, although in fact, the woman simply did not feel the need for a break because she was in the game. Considering her task fully completed, the traveler decided to go to the count, leaving the prisoner a watch to measure the duration of action and taking of medicines, and a large portion of potions. The interface immediately announced that the Lord of Nightmares felt a little sympathy for the pharmacist and doubted her health, but did not have time to fully express his thoughts. He himself suddenly felt ill. While the brunette was grimacing and sweating, the protagonist looked at it with detachment and calm. She only assumed that the prince could have lost his last strength because of his shackles. Ludwig had long since broken the chains, but he couldn't do anything with the bracelets, and they were the ones that were sucking the physical and magical strength out of him, making him an ordinary man, not a demigod. That time, when the time traveler gave the cursed young man a potion of restoration, she managed to clear his mind. But that was all. And now, Sherry openly pitied Castle, especially since the success of the game depended on his help. Without saying anything, the healer placed a small vial of brightly glowing pink liquid, designated by the game as a top-tier potion, in front of the man. Immediately after this, the Korean woman turned around and headed towards the exit of the dungeon, warning the heir to the empire to take the potion only after she stepped outside the threshold. The healer mentally told herself that it was not a matter of some kind of sympathy. She was driven by elementary selfish interest, and the brunette, meanwhile, measured the gift with a thoughtful and slightly sad look. Without saying anything, the man grabbed the bottle with lightning speed, opened it, and began to drink. To the great horror of the protagonist, she never managed to leave the confines of the dungeon. In a panic, the traveler exclaimed what Cassel was doing. They hadn't agreed on that, but the enchanted prince responded with a strange look in which predatory lights were burning. This made the main character tremble like a hare who had met a hungry wolf, but that wasn't the end. The brunette rose to his feet and approached the pharmacist with a very creepy grimace. A few very agonizing and tense seconds passed, and then Ludwig, spreading his muscular arms wide, rushed at the girl, who screamed in fear and beat against the door, trying to force it open. Fortunately, the door gave in after all. In the blink of an eye, the healer jumped over the threshold, closed the passage to the dungeon, and pressed her back against it, feeling how her heart was about to break through her chest. On the other side of the camera, Cassel also settled down at the door with a passionate, half-mad grin. He croaked, "Yeah, she ran away like some kind of rat." And the system notified that the Lord of Nightmares was interested in the heroine. That one, upon seeing this message, was completely twisted with anger. Asriel did not see any interest in such behavior, only the love of a perverted aristocrat for sick entertainment and intimidation of innocent women. This time, the prince really managed to outdo himself. Even after the protagonist left the prison tower, she staggered from side to side, mentally cursing the game. Somehow managing to pull herself together, Sherry headed towards her room, wanting to take a bath. She, of course, didn't need to clean her body. She just really wanted to relax mentally. Slowly opening the door, the main character saw a strange picture. Two lackeys were rummaging around in her bedroom, looking into every corner and discussing the search for something. The time traveler was so tired during these 24 hours, extricating herself from the intrigues of demons and enduring Ludwig's tyranny, that she didn't even immediately realize what she was seeing. The girl stupidly asked what the guys were doing there and added that she would have found everything herself after a shower. The thieves immediately turned around and prepared to attack, but it was too late. The protagonist's mood was so bad that she didn't even try to listen to anything, but opened fire with a holy potion. These were more of those possessed by the monstrous centipedes. Asriel was used to meeting them at every step in the estate, so she always kept a pistol at hand, and now she smiled contentedly, anticipating the opportunity to get rid of a few more parasites. The possessed lackeys screamed in horror and pain as soon as the light itself, embodied in liquid form, touched their skin, but they were unable to offer any resistance. Just a second later, they fell lifeless. As in all previous times, after the destruction of the evil spirits, large purple balls remained, the embodied energy of darkness, food for the holy blade. The protagonist carefully collected the trophies, mentally annoyed at the fact that even just taking a bath to relax was very difficult, and the fact that she defeated 2 demons did not bother her at all. Unfortunately, the main character didn't even have time to take a step towards the bathroom. Frightened maids burst into the room, asking what the hell was going on, and Azriel felt a strong sense of déjà vu. The system noted a middle-aged woman with dark gray hair and a face distorted with horror. It was the senior maid Lena, and she decided that the pharmacist had killed the servants. The traveler immediately recognized her because the high maid was among those infected who lay in wait for the healer. But Sherry smiled awkwardly out loud and waved her hands, insisting that she had done nothing terrible. She admitted that she simply knocked out a couple of thieves who not only tried to steal some of her things, but also had the audacity to claim that they were acting on Adam's orders. But of course, no one even tried to kill the guys. One of them, for example, was moaning dully and drooling, as if he had seen an extremely exciting dream. It was clear from Lena's face that she did not completely trust the stranger's words, but she did not know how to refute them, so she turned to her subordinate with the order to call the knights and tell the butler everything. And then she suddenly turned to Azriel with a request to go to the Count. For some reason, he urgently needed to see the healer, to her great surprise. Later, walking along the corridors, Lena dryly noted that Haley had begun to call on his hired worker too often, and Sherry good-naturedly agreed with this. Sighing heavily in anticipation of a new scolding, the protagonist asked why Adam needed her this time, but the maid had no answer. She was simply given an order. This made the invisible mountain on the girl's shoulders seem to become several tens of tons heavier. The pharmacist even imagined how a certain judge was going to sentence her for deception. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lena's words. She wanted to ask the traveler something, but she didn't even have time to start speaking, because, as it turned out, they had already reached the blonde's office. While they still had a few seconds left, Sherry decided to find out what the head maid wanted, and almost choked with horror when she heard, "You know, I don't remember buying a sleep potion from you." The protagonist understood perfectly well that this would completely destroy her alibi, the very one that saved her from immediate exile or execution, so in a trembling voice, she asked if Haley knew about this. Lena easily admitted that yes, of course, her master knew about it, but there was no perverted mockery in this. The woman really did not understand how serious the situation was. In response, the Korean woman gave the maid a dead fish look. The realization that she had been exposed and was about to undergo a brutal debriefing was so overwhelming that Sherry had no strength left to worry. The healer's premonition never deceived her. As soon as she crossed the threshold of the office, she found herself in the very center of an incredibly oppressive and hostile atmosphere. Adam Haley, the original Ice King, who hadn't blinked an eye, even when it seemed Azriel had killed half a dozen of his servants, showed emotion for the first time, frowning angrily and his lips twisting into a snarl. The blonde noted that the protagonist had not been in her bedroom all night and demanded to know where she had been. And the girl, not wanting to tempt fate, bowed to the floor, explaining that she had been with the criminal. This answer at least calmed the young count a little. He again acquired a completely indifferent appearance, after which he slowly stood up and clarified whether this was due to the fact that Ludwig's chains had long been broken. For a moment the woman was taken aback, but very quickly she realized that lying in such a situation was a certain death sentence, so she chose to simply admit the truth. Bowing even lower, Azriel explained that Cassel had resisted attempts to pour the medicine into his mouth, so the prince's hands had to be freed so that he could do it himself, and the healer very much regretted that she had not said so immediately. Adam accepted this easily, but the fact that Sherry lied about allegedly selling sleeping pills to the servants greatly disappointed and angered him, so much so that the blonde again openly demonstrated the anger that had taken hold of him. Almost physically feeling how the room was suddenly and strongly getting colder, the time traveler tried to defend her lie, blaming it all on some side effects, but she was not allowed to do so. As it turned out, Haley really did drink the serum to fall asleep faster. Such a drug can cause nausea, but not amnesia, so the man saw through the main character's lie right away. The protagonist was taken aback. She remembered the note with which this ill-fated quest began, and with shock, she realized that Adam really needed sleeping pills, and so she decided to finally speak completely honestly. The Korean woman took a pistol out of her knapsack and explained that demonic parasites had made a nest in the palace, which she was destroying, collecting dark essence along the way. Another person would most likely have twirled his finger at his temple and called the servants to take the pharmacist to a special hospital, but the blonde only asked again about the demonic energy. The time traveler lied that Cassel had asked her to do this in order not to reveal spoilers about the future, and mentally rejoiced that now, at least, the Count knew that his house was overrun with monsters. In a normal scenario, of course, everything would have happened much later and differently. In particular, the main negotiator would have been the player carrying out the mission. But Azriel, without wanting to, abruptly changed the plot. And now Adam knows something that, in theory, he shouldn't know. But, on the other hand, why hasn't this smart and reasonable person taken any action yet? Perhaps Sherry would have asked directly why the blonde allowed demons to flourish under his wing. But Haley was the first to ask why Ludwig needed evil spirits, and the healer admitted that she did not know. After a short silence, the aristocrat reminded him that he had warned him that the prince was indeed a very dangerous criminal, so he could not understand why the healer was helping Castle. Having come up with a more or less convincing explanation, Azriel stated that she was simply working off her fee, and that killing petty evil spirits would not in any way affect the Count or his possessions. In order to escape from virtual captivity into the real world, the newcomer wanted to unite the main plot characters, prevent changes in Ludwig, and finish off the final boss. But this does not mean that she was going to get closer to any of them. In fact, the main character thought that it would be enough for her to simply make Adam and Ludwig friends, and then these two strong-willed people would completely take on the solution of all the troubles. Hoping that the blonde had already gotten everything he wanted, the protagonist bowed again and warned that she was leaving. But Haley, as it turned out, had one more question. Having measured the girl with a very attentive and tenacious gaze, the aristocrat asked directly who she was: a warrior destroying evil, or a cunning witch weaving vile intrigues. After some hesitation, Sherry Azriel made a slight respectful bow and explained that she was nothing more than a pharmacist who wanted to make money, and mentally added that she also needed to beat the game to stay alive. Of course, the main character would not harm other people, even for money, and Adam's gaze warmed a little for the first time during the entire conversation. He really liked this honesty. After this, the Count turned away, and a notification from the system suddenly appeared before the eyes of the traveler. It was another status window, and it reported that the relationship between the healer and the nobleman had been temporarily restored. Moreover, the man began to feel a very weak, but still trust in the woman, and he wanted the healer to follow him somewhere. This also surprised Azriel greatly, because she had never seen a secret passage behind the cabinet in Haley's office, even in various playthroughs by other users. The girl, however, did not think that this was an attempt to lure her into a trap and destroy her. Most likely, the blonde suddenly needed some ingredients for a potion. But when they finally reached the end of the secret corridor, the newcomer's eyes widened in even greater shock, because she found herself in a luxurious bedroom with a large bed on which a certain person was sleeping. It was Serena Haley, Adam's younger sister, a very beautiful but fragile and obviously sick girl whose pale skin was covered with numerous dark spots of enormous size, more reminiscent of burns. The protagonist was incredibly shocked by what she saw. She had never imagined that the young Count could have such a relative, and she, meanwhile, was sleeping calmly and peacefully, as if she had not seen any dreams. The main character, having recovered from her initial surprise, quickly noted that the younger Haley looked very young, almost a teenager, and that her skin was actually covered in burns, and not just spots that looked like them. It was a very unpleasant and creepy sight, as if an unknown sadist was trying to boil the unfortunate noblewoman alive, and Sherry, unable to restrain herself, decided to turn to Adam himself with a question. The blonde didn't even listen to the rest of what Azriel was about to say, because he understood everything from the very first words. Turning around, He calmly asked if the healer knew about the disease that made a person unable to contact light. The protagonist had never heard of such a thing. After all, she wasn't a real healer, but simply playing one in a video game, so she was caught off guard. This disease also exists in the real world. Although fortunately, it is rare. Its main symptom and sign of manifestation are terrible and painful burns that occur due to contact of human skin with sun rays. At first, Serena just had one, not very large spot on her hand. But then it began to spread, covering the whole thing. The skin began to peel off the flesh, and purulent discharge appeared. The life of the unfortunate woman turned into a real hell. Every day she felt as if she was being burned by invisible boiling water, and neither servants nor relatives could help in any way, because in the world of the game, there is no cure for this disease. This was monstrously depressing for the elder Haley. He sincerely loved his sister and wanted her to live a happy life in a sunny and warm world, but fate played such a cruel joke on them. After this, the main character understood why there was such darkness in the huge and beautiful palace of the Count's family. Adam wanted to exclude even the smallest possibility of Serena's contact with light, and she sleeps because of a sleeping potion that gives a respite from torment. This also perfectly explained how the blonde knew so much about sleep elixirs and their properties. Of course, this man would have studied the medicine very carefully. Suddenly, there was a noise that turned into a muffled whimper and crying. The young countess began to wake up from her sleep and feel how her body was suffering. And then something terrible happened. The girl opened her eyes, revealing an inky black eyeball and a blue slit-like pupil, after which she screamed shrilly. And this was by no means a cry of pain, as one might have thought. On the contrary, the demonic centipede desperately wanted to break free, kill everyone it could, and drown the estate in blood. The protagonist was used to dealing with such creatures, but this moment was so sudden and terrifying that she was dumbfounded. The Count had to shout at her to get a new portion of the sleeping potion. When the girl realized what exactly the blonde was asking her for, she reached into her knapsack with shaking hands and pulled out a small bottle of dark liquid. Instantly taking the vessel, Adam leaned over to the possessed sister and with the greatest tenderness helped her swallow the potion, while the main character looked at this with shock and horror. Fortunately, the elixir worked instantly. As soon as it was in her stomach, Serena stopped twitching, screaming and waving her clawed paws, and again began to quietly snore, falling into a doze. Meanwhile, Azriel was turning over the idea in her head. In the body of the young aristocrat, there is a demonic parasite that fears grace and light, but the girl's physical body is very vulnerable to the sun, while Sherry uses liquid sun rays against the centipedes. In other words, the main character could do nothing to this cunning creature, because any attempt would lead to the death of the unfortunate girl. But Adam, fortunately, did not hear these thoughts, and only breathed a sigh of relief, thanking for the help. Trying to appear as modest as possible, the protagonist replied to the man that he would not be in her debt. After all, it was just part of the job for which the pharmacist receives money. The system had previously noted that the Count had begun to feel some goodwill towards the healer, so he did not get angry. He only noted how shy she was acting, and then decided to give some advice. The man came closer, standing shoulder to shoulder with the girl, and then quietly replied that she should accept the possessed servant's bribe and leave his territory as soon as possible, much to Azriel's silent surprise. Sherry's shock was so strong that for the first few moments she could only quietly think, "What? Zrenia?" But then the realization went straight to the healer's liver, and she, instantly covered in cold sweat, turned around, trying to understand what the Count was talking about. Trying not to break into screams and not to lag behind the walking aristocrat, the protagonist bombarded him with questions. What will happen to the estate, to the possessed people, to Ludwig, who finally needs to be regularly given a potion to relieve insomnia? The blonde listened to all this calmly, without answering or even turning around, but eventually he looked over his shoulder and quietly, calmly, said that he himself would ask a certain question. Adam Haley wanted to know if his land was worth sacrificing his only remaining relative for. And no, there was no anger in his words. On the contrary, it was clear how hard it was for the nobleman to bear the burden of this situation. Sherry Azriel was once again stunned by incredible surprise. She could only widen her eyes, open and close her mouth like a fish thrown ashore, and the blonde eventually ordered her to step away, since the context of the situation became clear. The time traveler barely heard him. She was stunned, as if by a huge club to the head, by the realization that the young count, one of the main characters of the game and the savior of the world, was seriously ready to allow the end of the world to come. In the game, if the user entered a bad route and could not prevent mass infection, Adam killed himself, unable to bear the shame. So the protagonist tried to understand why here he himself condemned those around him to death. But then, albeit very late, it dawned on the main character that the Supreme Centipede had actually possessed Serena, effectively taking her hostage and forcing the young count to turn a blind eye to the dominance of the possessed in the area. The cunning beast understood perfectly well that the aristocrat loved his sister more than anyone else in this life, and if the choice arose between her and many other people, Adam, reluctantly, would choose his relative. While the girl was thinking about all this and admitted to herself that she could understand the man, the latter called out to her. Sherry was again lost in her thoughts and did not notice that she had been hanging around in the room for a long time, despite the order to leave. However, this time, Azriel was not going to run into her hole like a cowardly rat at the sight of a hungry cat. On the contrary, she took a decisive step forward and firmly addressed the count. Although the girl could understand the aristocrat's desperate desire to protect his little sister at any cost, she was not going to simply turn a blind eye to the sacrifice of thousands of people and planned to somehow resolve this issue without spilling unnecessary blood. Of course, it wasn't altruism that was behind all of this, but selfish interest. The newcomer didn't forget that she was dealing with NPCs living in the game, and not living people, but she needed to finish the storyline in order to leave the application. Placing her hand on her chest like a soldier, the healer suggested that Adam destroy all the centipedes in a way that would not harm Serena, and she herself felt how her heart was about to break her ribs. It was beating so hard. The system sympathetically warned that the elder Haley had begun to consider the protagonist an outright mediocrity, although this could have been understood without her. The blonde asked why she would take on a mission that was already a losing one, and for the first time, looked at the pharmacist with open contempt. The room felt that terrible cold again, but Azriel had come too far to back down after the first obstacle. Trying not to anger her employer, she said that she knew of a way. However, the girl did not go into details. On the contrary, she looked straight into the man's eyes and said that this whole situation did not matter, because the outcome would be the same in any case, and Adam still did not trust her. In other words, the Count will lose nothing, because he will be able to either throw the apothecary out in case of failure, as he was already planning to do, or he will receive a healthy, demon-free sister and safety for his subjects. Finally, the main character reminded the blonde that every cloud has a silver lining, but the aristocrat interrupted her. He, like no one else, knew perfectly well how true this saying was. But Haley wasn't going to trust the protagonist in any case. She doesn't even show her face, hiding it behind an enchanted hood. What kind of trust can we even talk about in such a suspicious and secretive person? But it wasn't the outright refusal one might think. Looking away, the young man acknowledged that there was a grain of truth in Sherry's words, and repeated her own words about adversity walking hand in hand with grace. Turning to her, the aristocrat directly warned that in case of failure, the punishment would be terrible. The girl would have time to regret many times that she did not accept the money and run away, and no one would give her a second chance. This wasn't said to intimidate or give a motivational kick. In fact, the elder Haley wanted to know if the pharmacist really didn't care about herself that much, that such things didn't bother her one bit. Meanwhile, the traveler was again thinking about completely different things. Looking at the handsome face of the young man and his deep blue eyes, she thought that, in the soul of Adam, accustomed to the absolute hopelessness of the situation, a timid hope was beginning to sprout. It was even strange. Those around him were nothing more than electronic dummies, programmed for a certain set of words and actions. They could not really think and feel. But the Count literally reeked of pain and despair. Out loud, Azriel simply said, yes. She fully agreed to the terms of this deal, although she warned that the healing would be difficult in any case. And after that, Haley looked away for the first time in history. Realizing that the young man was beginning to lose heart again, and that he would now order her to be unceremoniously thrown out of the gate, Sherry quickly added that she would definitely find a way to save the young aristocrat. As had happened several times before, the blonde did not answer anything. He simply looked at his interlocutor, and the system warned that Adam had begun to feel a faint hope and trust in the main character. Feeling an invisible weight fall from her shoulders, and her heart begin to beat at its usual pace again, Azriel mentally brushed the icy sweat from her forehead and wondered out loud if she would be allowed to leave the palace grounds to complete the task. Wanting to be sure to win the trust and favor of one of the main characters in the game, Sherry quickly added that there was no need to worry about Castle. She had given him a large amount of potion to relieve drowsiness in advance. The elder Haley's reaction was unexpected. At first, he tensed up like a guard dog who sensed the approach of a wolf. Then he smiled crookedly with his lips and asked if the healer had decided to act immediately. However, the nobleman was able to regain control of himself almost immediately. Once again driving his emotions deeper into his soul, he noted that Azriel was an incomprehensible creature, and then walked away as if nothing had happened. At this compliment or insult, the main character again opened her mouth and looked at the man's back for a long time. But then she thought that if Adam found out what the pharmacist really was, he would become like a real person, and not an artificial intelligence. But now that the protagonist has finally been left alone, it's time to carry out the plan. And the girl takes off her hood for the first time in a long time, showing her serious and determined face. A little time passed, and after that, readers were shown how Sherry ran down the corridor, calling for a window visible only to her to communicate with the developers. Ari was very happy that Azriel had finally gotten in touch again. Sarah sarcastically noted that the main character had verbal diarrhea syndrome, and Jin admitted with lazy surprise that he had been counting on the healer being expelled from the county. But the protagonist wasn't going to play the game of squabbling with these three again. Feeling her hair stand on end from living rage, the healer screamed why the hell the game masters didn't warn her about the existence of Serena Haley and that she was possessed by the main demon. One of the developers tried to calm Sherry down and reminded her that even they couldn't know absolutely everything. But this not only didn't help, but on the contrary, it made the newcomer even more furious. After all, how is it even possible not to know something about your own project? Then Jin intervened, not understanding what kind of complaint this was against them. In the description of Adam's family tree, a sister was mentioned from the very beginning. It's just that the main character didn't read it and made a fool of herself. Adding fuel to the fire, Sarah reminded that the details of this quest differ for each user due to procedural generation, so it was not their fault that this happened. However, Azriel, not wanting to lose face, continued to blame the authorities for creating this generation. Jin reminded her again that Sherry had rushed to complete the task without properly preparing for it, and then the protagonist literally lost her nerve. Falling to her knees, she admitted that she had no idea what to do with the supreme demoness, since her bearer could not be hurt by light. The game masters, however, turned out not to be easily offended. One of them promised that she would help sort things out, and the main character suspiciously asked how this would happen. The easiest way out was this. The programmers would simply rewrite the application code in such a way that it would appear that Count Haley's sister had long since passed away, and then it would not be difficult for the healer to find a new host for the monster and finish it off. In a different situation, Sherry might even have agreed. She remembered too well how natural and painful Adam's grief for his sister was, so she flatly forbade doing anything like that. Meanwhile, Ari, feeling ashamed of not being able to help one of her colleagues in any way, mentioned that the developers had prepared a special reward, especially for Azriel for completing this mission. But the protagonist didn't care at all. She asked with a sigh if there was any other way to finish off the queen of demonic parasites, besides the potion of sunlight. Jin admitted that such means exist, but if the main character is going to continue using only tinctures, then she will only have this potion. And then the girl calmly answered, "Okay," pulling the hood over her head. Ari greeted this with excitement. She immediately realized that the newcomer had actually already come up with some method on her own and wanted to know what it would be. But instead of answering, the pharmacist looked at the chandelier. This was the same disguised artifact that Sarah had developed as a secret weapon that could help users destroy the Supreme Centipede. And now the protagonist decided to use this trump card so as not to harm Serena. There was, however, one small but very important problem left. The main character still had no idea how this thing even worked, because she couldn't even read the small inscription next to it. This is where the developer's finest hour came. Incredibly happy that at least someone noticed her little idea and was interested in it, the woman quickly began typing a huge sheet of text. Sarah had been so itching to share her idea with anyone for a long time that she sent Azriel 15 huge messages with a detailed retelling of the history of the Haley family, even though no one asked her to do so. Only at the very end did the game master finally write down what exactly needed to be done to use the ill-fated chandelier as a weapon, and Sherry scratched her head. The list was, to put it mildly, impressive. The first item on the list was a crowd of disgusting mud monsters, resembling giant lumps of dark slime with skull-like faces, which the pharmacist had found somewhere in the wilderness. There was a whole pack of monsters, and they surrounded Azriel in a ring, preparing to pounce on her as a crowd and finish her off. But the adventurer was not afraid of them at all. On the contrary, she smiled contentedly, anticipating how she would finally take serious steps in completing this quest and bring the moment of destruction of the centipedes closer. After waiting for the mud creatures to get close enough, the protagonist said just one short word: "Destroy." And after that, her hand burst into green flame. The girl unleashed this mystical fire on her enemies, and they immediately began to evaporate, like small pieces of butter that had landed on a white-hot frying pan. True, for the destruction of 100 monsters, the pharmacist received a ridiculously pitiful reward, only 2 shining larvae. But unfortunately, there was nothing to do. The quest was full of grind. Then, having learned that hundreds of such artifacts were needed, the main character almost exploded with indignation. She began to hate the game she was stuck in more and more, and used this rage to destroy enemies more effectively. Although the monsters were low level, there were so many of them that a normal user would probably have trouble dealing with them. But unfortunately for them, Azriel's destruction skill was 999. Another army of dirty demons was exterminated in the blink of an eye, and the protagonist triumphantly clutched a trophy in her hand, a large fat larva, similar to an enlarged baby cockchafer. The landscape around Sherry could have served as a great backdrop for some epic fantasy film. There were mud puddles everywhere, smoldering in tongues of green flame. Thus, the girl managed to collect the required number of larvae, after which it was time for the second point of the plan. And for this, it was necessary to return to Adam Haley's estate. Readers were again shown the headmaid, Elena, who was leaving the room in a state of excitement. Someone had asked her to do what was being discussed, and the woman had no choice but to obey. She talked, of course, with Azriel, and she didn't look her best. The healer wasn't hurt, but was covered in dirt from head to toe. But otherwise, she was very happy with the completed task and considered the head servant trustworthy. Trying her best not to touch the dirty and foul-smelling healer, the maid warned her to go straight to the room, not go anywhere, and avoid attention. If the butler saw her, no one would collect the bones later. The venerable Frank Hammett had never been a fool to grumble before, but lately the situation had become even worse, and this made the protagonist think seriously. It didn't escape her notice that this youthful man in small, flirtatious glasses had recently been ready to accuse her of witchcraft and bring her to death at the stake or shameful exile. But when this plan didn't work out, Hammett started to simply pick on the main character for any possible reason. He attacked her like a vicious dog because she came home from a mission dirty, muttered through his teeth why she was wandering the corridors at night, and simply spoiled the mood. The main character couldn't even understand whether Frank had always had a disgusting character, and he just tried to hide it from the master and other servants, or whether he was just another victim of the centipedes. If the second option is true, then this could be determined by the sudden and abrupt change in behavior. The fact that the parasites were completely unable to properly disguise themselves, the protagonist and readers were perfectly able to see for themselves. Here, Elena added with regret and sadness that age could have had a negative effect on the butler's character, making Azriel feel like a paranoid fool. However, under the circumstances, Hammett was the least of the problems. Deciding not to think about this harmful mustachioed man anymore for now, Sherry gave the order to prepare the men's clothes while she washed. A quick change of frame, and the healer, beaming with incredible pleasure, comes out of the bathroom in a clean white shirt and short blue pants, wiping her head with a towel, taking a shower, as often happens, washed away not only the dirt, sweat, and dust, but also most of the fatigue and worries. In that short moment, the traveler really felt as if she could live peacefully. And then she remembered Castle Ludwig and shuddered. Of course, he had enough potions to stay alone for 10 hours. But as soon as her imagination drew him in anger, Sherry immediately wanted to visit the dungeon, just to be on the safe side. The pharmacist rushed to put on her usual brown coat, but before she could take a step over the threshold, someone knocked decisively on her door, and the woman gave permission to enter. Fortunately, it was not another evil visitor who was looking for an opportunity to throw the annoying doctor out of the palace. It was a maid who had finally found a man's shirt and pants. Asriel accepted the gift with sincere gratitude. She was already planning to go get these things herself, and now she could calmly save time and energy. Sherry, although she would never admit it out loud, was worried about Ludwig. During the entire day that the prince spent in the dungeon, no one even thought about helping him take care of himself. Then it dawned on the protagonist that the basket was too heavy, and the maid plaintively added that the main character didn't eat anything at all. And that wasn't right. She should at least take a little snack for the road. The time traveler looked away, feeling as if she had suddenly been grabbed by a very cold and sticky hand. She had completely forgotten that as a non-player character, she should not eat and did not feel hunger. Of course, from the point of view of those around her, who are unaware that they are living in a game, a complete lack of snacks would look strange and creepy. So the pharmacist decided to accept the gift so as not to ruin her cover. But that wasn't the end. For some reason, the caring maid asked Sherry to take an umbrella with her, and after that, the healer frowned in bewilderment. As it turned out, the weather outside had managed to deteriorate in an unnaturally fast, almost supernatural way. The once blue sky was covered with dark gray thunderclouds, huge lightning bolts rained down on the ground, and winged monsters crawled out from everywhere. This really stressed out the protagonist, because she remembered the main scenario of the quest very well. On this day and time, the weather was supposed to be clear and sunny. The girl began to be tormented by a very bad feeling. Quickly saying goodbye to the maid, she ran out into the street and saw in all its glory what kind of hell was about to descend upon the world of people, and this is not a figure of speech. The huge winged figures that had already deafened the area with the flapping of their wings were not some kind of overfed crows. They turned out to be giant, monstrous dragons. The protagonist looked at this in horror. She was not at all afraid of ordinary demons and monsters. She easily fought with centipedes and forest creatures. But one look at this was enough to instill awe. The most terrifying but probable explanation was that Cassell had developed a real immunity to the potion and had fallen asleep, while dragons danced in the air, anticipating an easy meal, realizing that a little more and the entire county would be destroyed, along with the opportunity to return home. The main character lowered her voice as much as she could. She desperately hoped that Ludwig had not yet managed to enter a deep sleep phase. She burst into the dungeon, but was immediately taken aback when she saw that the prince was not alone at all. There were two more of Adam's guards in the room, wearing characteristic white uniforms and carrying spears. What they were doing made Asriel gasp in shock and outrage. The men were torturing Ludwig, beating him and cutting him deep into his body, preventing him from fully entering the dream realm. But the most disgusting thing was not even this, but the fact that the guards were not possessed by demonic parasites. The centipedes had a completely inadequate look, and there was no point in waking the brunette for them. On the contrary, they would rather take the potions and wait for the disaster to come. This realization made the main character drop the basket and slowly, threateningly, approach the two scoundrels. When they turned around and saw the strange female figure, it was too late to run or say anything. Sherry was incredibly disgusted by the idea that a completely ordinary and sane mortal could get pleasure from mocking another person, especially a tied one. So she was going to show the guards where the crayfish hibernate. Potential spectators might have thought that some formidable thunder god had appeared in the tower in all his power and glory. Such a bright light poured out of the windows for a moment that it dispersed the leaden storm clouds. But in reality, it was just Asriel, furious to the limit, who finished giving the promised flicks to the two bastards. They were lying on the floor unconscious, and with such huge bumps on their heads as if someone had sewn balls under their skin. Having finished dealing with these two sadists, Sherry began to shake and toss Ludwig with all her might. Despite the pain, he was falling deeper and deeper into sleep, and the storm outside the tower was gaining strength. The girl herself almost immediately realized that the usual means would not help. Many years of fatigue from lack of night rest took its toll, and the brunette was almost no longer aware of where he was. The only way to prevent the destruction of the county, if not the entire virtual world, was to immediately take another dose of the potion, and the healer quickly reached for her trusty purse. And a second later, the girl grabbed her head, cursing herself in every possible way. Out of fear, she completely forgot to grab the injection gun, and without it, the sleeping young man could easily choke. The situation is such that you couldn't imagine anything worse. Salvation could have been very close, practically a hair's breadth, but it is unspeakably far away due to a random human oversight. And the creatures from Kassel's dreams were already very close. Many of them had settled on the walls of the tower and were looking out the window with curiosity, as if anticipating their inevitable victory over the pathetic mortal sacks of meat. Sherry Azriel, who was used to dealing with troubles and getting out of them at any cost, now very clearly realized that if the game world died, then she would not be able to do anything. She will never have time to pass it, and her body, which is now lying in an unknown place, will simply die from lack of water and food in the damned chamber for virtual immersion. Just thinking about it was enough for the protagonist to understand that it was time for the most radical measures. So the woman poured the potion into her mouth without hesitation. Without a second's hesitation, the main character decided to pour this elixir into Castle's mouth through a kiss. This was the only way, without having equipment at hand, to get the young man drunk, and in such a way that he would not choke. Several very long and painful moments passed before the pharmacist finally decided to look up. And, to her great happiness, it turned out that her plan had worked. The sky became normal again, and the monsters had disappeared. The traveler had probably never experienced such joy in her entire life. If she had had any strength left, she would have certainly started dancing contentedly, rejoicing in the rising sun. Then it dawned on the healer that she had just wasted her first kiss, even if it was in a video game, and she began to calm herself down in horror, wiping her lips along the way. It didn't immediately dawn on her that there was some suspicious noise nearby. It was, of course, Castle Ludwig. After taking the potion, he immediately woke up and now hung over the healer like a living and very angry red-eyed mountain. The system warned that the Lord of Nightmares was very unhappy with what had happened, but it was already perfectly clear. The prince was so furious, as if the girl had not poured medicine into his mouth, even through a kiss, but had raped him. Sherry was horrified. She understood perfectly well that one careless word would be enough to have her neck broken, so she retreated very quickly, raised her hands in a placating gesture, and assured that nothing had happened. The brunette, due to a sad life experience, hated touching his body more than anything else, and he was about to pounce on the woman with his fists when she spoke again. She pointed to the unconscious guards and honestly told them that they were torturing the prisoner to prevent him from falling asleep, and the time traveler stopped this and was going to give the nobleman a serum. The game's protagonist stopped and muttered in shock, "Did I almost fall asleep?" As it turned out, the young man really didn't realize that at some point he almost fell asleep. Realizing that the immediate threat of murder had safely passed, the pharmacist hastened to draw Ludwig's attention to the cuts received at the hands of the valiant guards. The man slowly lowered his head, and it was as if lightning had struck him. Deep bleeding wounds were visible on his shoulder and hip. It was a miracle that he was able to stand at all. After this, the protagonist came to her senses. She quickly grabbed the basket with her hands and brought it to the aristocrat, warning that there were fresh clothes there and that the wounds first needed to be treated. Of course, no one had bandages, because Azriel didn't expect that someone would suddenly decide to torture Cassel in Count Adam's castle, so she tore the uniform of the hapless tormentors without any complexes. Looking at them, the prince asked with obvious distrust whether Sherry had really taken out two healthy, trained fighting guys on her own, and the healer, not wanting to admit it, lied that she had stunned them with stone blows from behind. But the brunette was worried about more than just that. He reminded them that they were talking about Haley's servants, and when they woke up, they could easily complain to the owner and ask him to punish the impudent pharmacist. But the newcomer was not at all frightened by such a possibility. Looking the prince straight in the eyes, she calmly said that everything would be fine with her. After everything he had been through, the blonde had managed to develop some kind of trust in the protagonist. It was highly unlikely that Adam would have been bothered by the complaints of random guards. And if Haley had actually decided to take some action, Sherry's opinion of him would have dropped significantly. It would have been pettiness of incredible proportions. But she didn't say that out loud. Asriel warned that she would come out and carry the guards out the door, giving Ludwig the opportunity to calmly change clothes and have a snack, after which she quickly left the dungeon and unceremoniously threw out the two scumbags like trash. Oh, she would have loved to turn them into bloody pieces of meat, but unfortunately, that would have been unwise. When Armageddon came, every person who could handle a weapon would be worth their weight in gold. After this, the main character was about to leave, but reflexively turned around and froze in amazement. She saw Cassel's muscular body without outerwear. Sherry knew in her head that the prince had been designed that way on purpose. He was just a stereotypical evil but sexy hunk, a cheap ploy to bribe the female players. But it worked damn well, and the brunette noticed from the very beginning that he was being spied on, and only after some time did he let her know about it, causing the protagonist to blush with terrible shame. After that, Ludwig, like a stripper, moved his muscular hands to his pants, clearly intending to pull them off, and the girl screamed in horror, trying her best to cover her flushed face. The man calmly responded to all this by saying that he was simply changing clothes, and that they had even brought him new clothes for this, to which Sherry, still on the verge of hysteria, shouted that this could have been done after she left. After this, Cassel demonstrated his good-natured malice for the first time. Smiling with the corner of his lips, he reminded the pharmacist that she didn't seem to be planning on watching. With the last of her strength, the healer turned away, retorting that she had not been peeping in the first place, and the brunette suddenly asked her, "Isn't it nice to take off old capes and give them to those in need?" This is what most of the people the damned prince had to meet did, and in this way, he himself highlighted how objectively beautiful he was. But the newcomer lied that men of this kind were not to her taste. The heir to the empire calmly reminded him that Sherry was constantly groping him, which meant he was being hypocritical, and the girl first went into a deep denial of the obvious, and then shifted the focus to the cruelty of the guards. In response, the protagonist rudely said, "It's none of your business," and continued buttoning his shirt. But the time traveler was no longer going to back down. She demanded answers in order to try to stop further bullying. A notification appeared before her eyes again, warning that the Lord of Nightmares was distrustful of such a sudden change in behavior, and Cassel himself, measuring his interlocutor with a contemptuous look, asked what some healer could do in general. Looking away and tapping her fingers, Asriel muttered incoherently that she might find some way out, or maybe not, and after that, the tension in the room could be cut with a knife. The protagonist, to her credit, immediately realized that she had foolishly pressed on yet another sore spot of the damned brunette, so she decided to get out of the dungeon before he got mad again and started using his fists. But before she started to flash her heels, the healer grabbed a basket of food and drink and brought it to Ludwig with a request to finally have some refreshment and restore his strength in the usual way. From her point of view, consuming only potions, refusing water, meat, fruits, and vegetables was a very unhealthy practice. But Cassel, after a short pause, looked at the girl with her greater hostility and asked if it was pity for him. Realizing that she had been found out again, like an inept child, the main character again went into deep denial. And in the meantime, her ass was literally sweating from a bad feeling. Fortunately, this time, the main character decided not to go into conflict. He took the potion and calmly explained that he would not be able to eat a hearty meal anyway, because the feeling of a full stomach makes him sleepy. And then the girl decided to show off. Putting her hand to her chest, she made a pompous face and said that she came here precisely for this purpose, to prevent the young prince from falling asleep. Interestingly, this time, Ludwig did not smirk, did not try to mock the healer, or even get angry. He closed his eyes and in a very tired voice asked if she would wake him up the same way as just now. Asriel failed to recognize the trick in the question this time, so she innocently replied that yes, of course, she would continue to wake up her ward with the help of serums. But after that, something happened that Sherry couldn't even imagine in her wildest fantasies. The brunette grinned predatorily and then hung over the protagonist, trying to look her straight in the eyes. He looked like some kind of seducer trying to charm an innocent girl, to slay her with his perfect, well-bred face and dazzling white smile. And partly, it actually worked. The girl grabbed her head, feeling a terrible mixture of love languor and hellish shame. She desperately prayed to all known deities that Ludwig would not remember that she kissed him. Whatever one may say, the man was practically asleep at the time, which means he shouldn't have understood how exactly he was brought back to consciousness. But the brunette himself, having assessed this reaction in his own way, only commented that there was nothing strange. This was the usual fate of prisoners. Long before he ended up in Haley's dungeon, Cassell had been in many prisons, and everywhere it was the same. Some idiots, taking advantage of the fact that they were wearing guard uniforms, with all the authority that came with them, began to torture him in various ways. The girl looked at this with the face of a disgruntled cat whose evil owner had suddenly taken away her bowl of food. After all, she remembered how harshly the prince had cut off any questions about his biography. Of course, looking at the game's protagonist from the outside, one could easily decide that he absolutely doesn't care about physical torture. It would be easiest to decide that such a person would ignore the executioners until the very end, like annoying flies. But if he's so rude and downtrodden when it comes to this part of his biography, then Cassell must have experienced something that even NPCs don't know about. But Sherry didn't have time to figure it out. Ludwig, having finished with another bottle, set a condition. Henceforth Azriel would come and give him the serums herself, and to the shocked reminder, "You don't like being touched," the prince responded with a clarification. He doesn't like it when people throw things at him, as if to mock him. The protagonist rolled her eyes in annoyance, questioning who could possibly be so stupid as to throw such things around for a stupid joke. Their value was measured in pure gold. Suddenly, the bewitched young man leaned very close to the main character and, continuing to look into her eyes, declared in a threatening tone that one such crazy person exists. The room regained the sense of a storm about to break, and the seconds slowed down, slipping away at a snail's pace, until Cassell declared that the madwoman he had mentioned was extremely reminiscent of Azriel. The time traveler immediately understood that the prince was talking about the time when his cage was traveling through Dover, and she threw a healing potion at him and mentally called the brunette an idiot for still not understanding the obvious. But out loud, of course, she said something completely different. Trying to appear as unsuspicious as possible, the girl babbled that the mysterious woman must have had reasons for doing so. But Cassell replied indifferently that even if that were the case, he would never know about those reasons. Not because the brunette had lost hope of finding that mysterious person, but because he was going to finish her off as soon as he saw her. And Sherry realized with horror that, among other things, she had to carefully hide this secret. However, the main character was not going to give up so easily and fold her hands. Albeit in a trembling voice, she warned that she would not come close to the man, so that they would not try to finish her off again. Looking at the protagonist as if she were a fool, the prisoner promised that he would not try to strangle her again, but Azriel was not satisfied. What if Ludwig wanted to finish her off, or maim her in other ways? Now the young man looked at his interlocutor with slight shock and disgust, and sincerely asked who she took him for. Some kind of demon obsessed with death. Sighing tiredly, Cassell made a promise. He would not threaten Sherry in any way while he was in prison, and this finally satisfied the newcomer. But while she was rejoicing that she would finally be able to work safely with such a dangerous man, the prince stunned her with unpleasant news. The effect of the insomnia potion was reduced to only 10 minutes. To say that the protagonist was stunned would be like saying that magma was hot. The unfortunate girl simply stopped thinking and realizing what was happening for a moment. So shocking and unpleasant was this news. When she finally came to, she screamed so loudly that the man cleaned his ears just in case. Had his eardrums been knocked out by such a scream? However, the main character could also be easily understood, because it really was a catastrophe. The elixir, which was the only reliable barrier against the onset of the damn Armageddon, practically stopped working. The situation was such that you couldn't imagine anything worse, even if you tried very hard. On the one hand, Cassell couldn't help but drink this serum because it was the only bloodless and reliable remedy. But on the other hand, if he continued, he would become a drug addict. Fortunately, there was still a way to solve this problem. Asriel knew about a special neutralizer that allowed such an addiction to be cured very quickly. But at the same time, the key ingredient for its production was a piece of flesh from a certain monster that lived very far from the county territory. And Sherry's night would already be extremely busy. There was no way she would have time to complete both quests. Having thought it over carefully, the girl decided to give up trying to create an antidote for a while. Exterminating all the centipedes was more important, and after that, the prince's curse would weaken for a while. According to the main campaign, after this, Ludwig and Adam must plot to break into the capital at the head of an army and overthrow the people who took the throne from Kassel. Initially, the player was supposed to play a key role in creating this alliance, but since he was not there, the protagonist took on the corresponding responsibilities. Not to mention the fact that she wanted to somehow thank Haley for all the good things. Well, besides, having become king, the brunette will easily hire another healer who will be able to make a potion against addiction, solving this problem on his own. The plan was simple and reliable enough, so the newcomer finally decided to devote herself to exterminating the remaining demons, when suddenly, someone's angry cry was heard, addressed directly to her. It turned out to be a whole detachment of the Count's guards. They burst into the prison tower, almost knocking the door off its hinges, and their leader pointed his hand at the pharmacist. The soldiers immediately surrounded the prince and the stunned healer in a ring of spears, and sternly warned them that Sherry was accused of theft and attacking the Count's subjects. Moreover, the squad leader, calmly looking straight into the eyes of the main characters, warned that this was not an amateur performance. The order for detention came from Adam himself. The healer's surprise was so strong that she couldn't even say anything in her own defense, but Cassel, on the contrary, looked not just calm, but practically bored. But the shock quickly turned into righteous indignation. Haley had assured Asriel that he trusted her, and then suddenly struck her in the back like a jackal. Meanwhile, the head of the guards gave a final warning. They were giving the prisoner one last chance to leave this room alive and well, so she should get out immediately. In order to somehow calm herself down and sweeten her injured pride, the protagonist decided to think that everything was going according to her plan. But still, it was an incredibly pathetic move on the part of Adam and the demons. In addition, before midnight, the girl had to return to work at any cost. There was the last day left before the revival of the ancient and main centipede. It was necessary to have time to awaken the white sword and hand it over to the blonde. Therefore, in order not to waste more time, the pharmacist decided to simply agree to be arrested, but she was suddenly stopped. Castle grabbed the girl by the hand and worriedly asked if she was sure that she would return alive and well. Such a sudden change in the character of the usually indifferent and cold prince frightened the main character much more than the arrival of the guards, and she asked if Ludwig was afraid that there would be no one left to give him elixirs. Without waiting for an answer, Sherry made a promise that if she was thrown into prison, she would persuade the judges to put her in this very tower so that she could continue to prepare serums. But the brunette did not mean this at all. After that, the girl cynically added that Adam would also like this outcome. He would be able to use her abilities for free, and she reached into her pocket to get something when the guards screamed again. The guards warned that if the protagonist did not go out the door within 3 seconds, they would drag her out by force, so the healer very quickly threw a bag into the prince's hands and ran. She almost made it in time. At the last moment, 2 guards burst into the dungeon, mercilessly grabbed the woman by the hand, and dragged her to the exit, not giving her the opportunity to properly say goodbye to the brunette. The latter looked at the bag he had received with noticeable bewilderment, but Sherry still managed to shout one last time for Ludwig to accept what was in it in time. Left alone, Cassel stared at the locked door for a long time and wondered, did the protagonist really not understand why they had decided to seize her? If it had been any other person, Ludwig would have concluded that the pharmacist was simply too stupid to realize the danger hanging over her. But in Asriel's case, everything was different. The man was lost in thought for a while, carefully recalling and analyzing all their interactions and conversations, trying to understand what Sherry was all about. In the end, the young man admitted to himself that he had no idea what kind of person this healer was, so he would keep a close eye on her in the future. Of course, on the condition that the traveler manages to return alive, And the chances of this, frankly speaking, were not very high, considering that the inhabitants of the Haley Palace had prepared a real trial, having gathered as a crowd in one of the halls. To the credit of the main character, she was in no hurry to panic. On the contrary, she calmly looked around, noticing the number and faces of those gathered, and the presence of Adam himself in the room did not escape the girl's eyes. The protagonist also quickly realized that the only servants in the room were those who had some power and influence. For example, the head maid Elena and the remaining guards. The girl admitted that this was a great way to make her look like a criminal and finish her off. And in this regard, the mysterious criminal certainly had to be given credit for his ingenuity. However, it was probably Kendrick who did this. He was among those present, and so far carefully avoided meeting Azriel's eyes. And it was unlikely that he was the only one possessed. Among the other servants, there were probably demons too. But even this did not frighten the healer. On the contrary, she was sincerely glad that she would be able to kill all the remaining monsters, not counting Serena, and then feed them the energy of the holy blade, returning it to its former strength. The old servant somehow saw the grin on the protagonist's face and exploded with indignation, proving to the master that they were dealing with an evil and dangerous witch. But this already scared the healer seriously. All this time, she continued to wear a cloak that magically hides her face from those around her, making it look like a blurry spot. So when did the demon manage to see it? Then the situation became even more tense, forcing the woman to turn around tensely. The centipedes had some witnesses who were supposedly able to confirm Azriel's vileness and send her to the fire. However, in reality, these turned out to be the same sadists whom the heroine had beaten for bullying Castle. Now, almost bursting with indignation, they were arguing that the healer was dangerous and needed to be mercilessly punished. The protagonist, of course, immediately recognized these scumbags, and for a moment regretted that she had not sent them flying from the very top of the tower when she had such a chance. Help came from a place no one expected it from. While the newcomer was quietly seething with anger and trying to come up with a worthy response, Adam calmly and coldly asked if two of his elite fighters had really been beaten by one woman who was untrained in combat. The disgraced guards immediately became embarrassed, fell silent, and hurried to hide behind Kendrick, who assured those around him that Sherry was simply a very powerful sorceress. Immediately after this, the cunning demon remembered that as soon as the healer crossed the threshold of the palace, strange things began to happen in it. For example, servants began to be found unconscious, and yesterday a bunch of people suddenly collapsed in a faint. Moreover, the traveler was the only one who always remained conscious and in perfect health. And since this was the case, there was only one logical and reliable conclusion that followed from this. She is a malicious, evil sorceress who has entered the castle grounds to harm his lordship, Adam Haley, and everyone else present here. Listening to all this, the blonde said nothing and, as usual, did not openly show emotions. But in the end, he sighed very deeply and slowly, like a tired horse. Turning to the protagonist, the young aristocrat calmly asked if she could say anything in her defense against such accusations. Azriel mentally ordered herself to calm down. She already had a suitable explanation ready. The most important thing was to keep a cool head, so as not to ruin everything with natural emotionality. Looking menacingly at everyone present, the main character admitted that she tried to behave quietly, not creating problems for anyone. But now, obviously, she was simply left with no other choice. As it turned out, the traveler did not make anything up, but simply finally told those gathered the unpleasant truth. Demonic parasites had made a nest on the palace grounds, which inhabit people and control them like puppets. And most of those present were probably centipede carriers, because they would not have missed the chance to see the huntress defeated. And Adjutant Kendrick, as expected, turned purple and called the whole thing nonsense. But the pharmacist paid no more attention to the old man than to some loud-mouthed mongrel. She took a round bottle of yellow potion from her knapsack and warned that she had a means for the reliable destruction of evil spirits. Before anyone could sarcastically ask if there was a guarantee that it wasn't a deadly poison that could send anyone to their forefathers, the healer assured them that the potion was safe for mortals. The girl explained that she prepares this serum from plants that absorb sunlight, and one touch of the liquid to the possessed person is enough to finish off the evil spirit without causing any harm to the person. Elna, who herself was possessed by a centipede, decided that Asriel was at least partly telling the truth. It did not escape her notice that many of the servants had recently begun to act as if they were angry at the whole world, and after all these people had fallen unconscious, they became their former selves again, without any traces of unpleasant changes, and this made those gathered whisper doubtfully. The main character clenched her fist triumphantly and smiled nervously. She was very happy with the support of one of the main inhabitants of the estate, because it would give her version weight. But the adjutant was not going to give up so quickly. With a furious cry of "Stop lying!" he ran up to the protagonist and instantly snatched the bottle of potion from her hands, declaring that he could not be trusted. The possessed old man was going to clearly prove to those around him that Sherry was lying, so that she would still be considered a witch and executed, or at least banished from the county forever. No one noticed how the demon with a sharp-toothed smile transformed the golden elixir into some kind of crimson liquid, after which he poured it on the head of one of the sadistic guards. What happened next happened very quickly. Now the deadly potion simply burned the flesh on the man's head like acid, and for some time he screamed in excruciating pain in front of his horrified colleagues. Fortunately, this terrible sight did not last long. Soon the guard fell silent and collapsed dead, and while the servants rushed back and forth in panic, the astonished Asriel admitted that she did not expect this, and Kendrick grabbed his head, demonstrating false grief and sorrow. How is this possible? He just wanted to demonstrate that the witch was pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, and the poor guard died in terrible agony. In just a couple of minutes, the insidious centipede had completely turned the situation in her favor. Now the lackeys, maids, and guards were ready to lynch the protagonist, and even Sherry herself admitted that she had underestimated her opponent. Of course, if the healer had been finished off now, it wouldn't have killed her for good. The girl would have simply teleported back to Dover, but there would still have been catastrophically little pleasure in that. She would have had to complete this stuffy quest from the very beginning, establish relations with Adam, and give Ludwig potions. It was especially difficult with Cassel, because if the heroine lost, the plot would not restart. The prince would retain his increased immunity and would go to bed in 10 minutes, which would lead to the death of the world and Asriel himself in reality. Of course, the protagonist could not allow such an outcome, so she decided to act desperately. Before she was tied up again, Sherry took a new bottle out of her bag and poured the potion on herself to prove her innocence. But this gesture not only did not help, but also harmed. Those around her finally believed that the traveler was in fact a terrible witch, and even the maids, who had previously been very nice and friendly with her, were now ready to take the law into their own hands. For the first time in a long time, the girl felt truly cornered. She looked at the frightened and angry servants in confusion, trying to think of some kind of way out. After that, something else unexpected happened. Without saying a single word, Adam walked up to Asriel and snatched the ill-fated bottle of solar potion from her hands. He did not do this to protect his subjects from the vile weapon of the damned sorceress. On the contrary, the blonde calmly announced that it was he, as Sherry's employer, who was obliged to be the first to test her serum on himself. Before this, he only briefly clarified whether the pharmacist was really sure that the tincture was harmless to a living person, and she excitedly answered in the affirmative. The man held the bottle high in front of him for a few moments to examine it, and the protagonist wondered in horror what he was going to do now. It still hadn't occurred to her. But in the end, Haley pulled the cork out with one sharp movement and poured the golden glowing liquid over his body, to the great horror of those around him, who imagined the blonde man falling dead after this. Fortunately, nothing bad actually happened. The guards rushed to save the gentleman, but froze when they realized that he was alive. Well, and simply looking at them sullenly with a wet head. The caring servants brought the master a towel and asked him with concern why he had taken such a risk, to which Adam calmly repeated that he had hired Asriel to work, and therefore he had to take responsibility for the possible risk. But it didn't matter. In this way, the Count tried to clearly show those around him that Sherry's potions were really only dangerous for evil spirits, which meant that she could be trusted. This simple gesture, in essence, once again sharply tipped the scales. Before this, the servants were ready to lynch the protagonist on the spot, but now they were happily discussing that their fears were in vain, and even Asriel herself was very impressed by how heroically Adam behaved. Before this, The newcomer had the impression that the elder Haley was an incredibly collected and cold-blooded person, in principle incapable of doing anything irrational, and it would never have occurred to her that he would pour water on himself. And thanks to this, the girl finally noticed that the Count was not inferior in beauty to Prince Cassel. On the other hand, this proved better than any words how much the aristocrat loved his sick sister, and that he was ready to do even the wildest and most wonderful things just to help her. This realization went straight to the main character's bones, so that it instantly became difficult for her to be around her employer. But fortunately, he could not see what emotions the healer was experiencing. Moreover, Adam had no time for this. He repeated that he remained alive and well after pouring the supposedly enchanted bottle on himself. But then it was unclear why the guard died. And saying this, the aristocrat looked suggestively at the sweating adjutant. The demon was noticeably worried. Just a minute ago, he was triumphant, anticipating the execution of the hated slayer. And now he himself found himself in the crosshairs. And in his emotions, he could not think of anything better than to accuse Haley himself of working with the vile sorceress. The nobleman said nothing, but his already expressionless face became completely stony, and the servants began to whisper that the old man himself was probably infected with evil spirits. And even Azrael mentally noted how stupid this move was. But Adam had no intention of starting a fight anyway. Instead, he calmly turned to the protagonist and asked her to distribute the potion to everyone present so that they could prove their humanity. Sherry took this idea with genuine enthusiasm. She quickly turned to the stunned servants and in a sickeningly friendly tone asked them to come over. There was nothing to do, and people lined up. The first to be checked was a young maid who had previously given the pharmacist food, and she turned out not to be infected. Several people, led by the adjutant, flatly refused to approach the main character, but she, in an even sweeter voice, asked them to come up and put their hands under the shining golden stream. The demons were trapped, and no matter what they did, there was no way to escape without bloodshed. The old possessed one still tried to appeal to Adam's conscience, begged him not to subject him to such humiliation, but this, of course, did not work. As for Azrael, she was literally triumphant. She would finally finish off all the remaining centipedes and even take the life of their leader, who had been ruining her life for so many days. And then something happened again that no one expected. The butler Frank entered the room, pushing the sleeping Serena in a wheelchair, and politely asked to stop the procedure so that it would not hurt the young lady. The main characters looked at this with horror and shock. The newcomer opened her mouth and bulged her eyes, and even Adam himself turned pale, and the first drops of sweat rolled down his face. The young countess, on the other hand, looked very peaceful. She was in a deep sleep phase and reflexively hugged a large plush bunny like a little girl. And then the protagonist turned her gaze to Hamster and saw him in demonic form, with purple-gray skin, black eyes, and bulging veins, and the interface warned that he was a level 13 monster. As for the others present, they were too shocked to comment on the situation or do anything about it. Only Elena eventually stepped forward to ask why Serena had been brought here in the first place. Frank didn't deign to answer his colleague. Instead, he moved closer to Adam and looked him straight in the eyes, after which the room seemed to ring out as if two invisible blades were clashing with each other. The men remained silent for a while, glaring at each other, until the Earl finally asked the butler outright what he was up to, and the bulging vein in the elder Haley's neck made it clear how furious he was. Hamster looked much more reserved, but the veins on his face looked even more frightening, as if huge, thick worms had crawled under the man's skin. And this made the protagonist very wary. She immediately realized that Frank was somehow different from other centipedes, because none of the previous creatures had such bulging veins. The butler said nothing for a moment, calmly enduring the weight of everyone's gaze, before finally declaring that, along with Kendrick, he had long been the closest person to Adam. But now he simply couldn't understand why the gentleman had started to behave like that. And while Hamster was saying all this, his body began to change in the most monstrous way. Long, curved claws grew from Frank's fingers, and he fell to his knees, screaming that the Count was obliged to protect his servants. And the apothecary, looking at this, was amazed at how a person infected with a demonic parasite managed to maintain his original consciousness. Meanwhile, Haley himself pointedly ignored the fact that his closest assistant had partially turned into a monster. He only asked what the whole thing was about. Crying black tears, Hamster desperately reminded that he had already told his master many times about the devilry going on around him, that the footmen and maids were starting to behave very strangely, and that Ludwig's cell was not properly guarded. All this time, Frank somehow miraculously remained conscious, not allowing the demon inside him to gain the upper hand. And only after that did the pharmacist realize that the terrible veins on the man's head were the result of this struggle. The willpower and dedication of this man, who cared for the county until the very end, aroused sincere admiration in the main character. And even Adam himself, at some point, gently asked Hamster to rise from his knees. But the poor butler ignored these words. Instead, he wheezed hoarsely, as if a centipede was trying to strangle him from the inside. Was all this really for Serena's sake? Crying and grinning crookedly, Frank asked Haley directly if the latter was really ready to condemn hundreds and thousands of innocent people to a painful death just to protect his relative. In response, the blonde man, in a very cold voice, ordered the man to choose his words, but it was clearly visible that these words pierced the aristocrat's soul like poisonous arrows. Adam's expression was so terrible that even Hamster was frightened and tried to soften his words. He did not mean that he did not care about the life and health of the young lady. But at the same time, families have lived in the county for many centuries, whose representatives served their homeland faithfully and truly, sparing no effort for its protection and prosperity. Because of this, Frank had an incredibly hard time. He became even more like a demon, but continued to cry desperately and beg the master not to give him and all the other subjects up for slaughter, like sacrificial lambs. And in fact, the butler never wanted the centipedes to win and drive Azrael away. On the contrary, now he openly begged the healer and the nobleman to finish off all the demons, deal with Castle, and save this land. After this, there was a long silence. And Sherry thought that Adam, it turns out, had known from the very beginning about the terrible disaster that had befallen his palace in Fife, but refused to do anything about it. It was an incredibly complex and confusing situation. On the one hand, the newcomer could easily understand the faithful servant who had devotedly worked for the Haley family all his life, but she could not condemn the aristocrat for his love for his sister and his desire to save her. During this time, Frank had fully returned to his human form and continued to kneel in silent supplication until the young earl finally replied that he never intended to use servants as bargaining chips. But this, of course, could no longer calm Hamster. He raised his head and with even greater despair, asked why the nobleman never took any measures to deal with the parasites. The young aristocrat's answer was very strange. He quoted that, "When the last seal falls from the tower, the Haley family will come to an end, for such is the will of the ancestors." But the butler immediately understood what was being discussed. Adam closed his eyes and calmly replied that he was simply preparing to accept the inevitable, while the servant screamed in horror that such a thing simply could not be true. The seal had been indestructible for 5 centuries. The young man no longer really listened to the old servant. Looking into the void, he quietly but clearly admitted that he had tried to somehow prevent the catastrophe, but all attempts had ended in failure. The seal has already begun to crumble. The approach of the ancient centipede is closer than ever, and with it, a nightmare, bloody horror, and finally, death, will come to the fertile and happy lands of the county. This news brought Hamster into even greater despair than before. If before this the man still hoped for some miracles, now he lowered his head, closed his eyes, and muttered, "Has everyone really abandoned us?" As it turns out, Frank didn't know that the centipede demons were the offspring of the very same monster that Haley's ancestor had defeated many centuries ago, and that was enough to destroy all hope in him. The protagonist was also seriously frightened by this. She always understood that there was little time before the catastrophe, and the sword was not yet ready to awaken, but the destruction of the seal turned out to be a very unpleasant surprise for her. And then the main character realized that those big shots from the capital, who appointed Adam as the new jailer of Castle, knew from the very beginning about the brewing trouble in the county, and deliberately threw in the damned prince like a living time bomb. The unknown nobles looked at this situation like this. If the Haley estates were going to be destroyed anyway, it would be better to speed up the unpleasant process, and at the same time get rid of the inconvenient heir. killing two birds with one stone. The government schemers also understood perfectly well that in case of trouble, no one would come to the aid of this fiefdom. The neighbors simply would not dare to help those from whom the entire empire had turned its back, and this outraged the girl to the depths of her soul. But there was still hope. The seal had not been completely torn off, and if they hurried to resurrect the blade, the protection would be restored by itself, destroying all the demon's plans. But the centipedes themselves had completely different plans. Kendrick, taking advantage of the distraction of everyone's attention, abruptly picked up Serena in his arms and threatened that those around him should obey him if they did not want the young countess to suffer. The soldiers, as expected, reacted to this with fury, demanding that the girl be released immediately. They reached for their weapons, but Adam himself stopped them with a slight wave of his hand. This did not mean that the blonde had decided to accept the parasite's demands without question, not at all. In fact, the aristocrat was furious, as he had never been angry in his life, but he forced himself to act calmly by force of will. Haley asked menacingly what the possessed adjutant wanted, but Kendrick simply ordered his former master to shut up and triumphantly announced that he was now in charge of the palace himself. And at the same time, his body had completely changed, becoming like a monstrous centaur with the body of a giant centipede instead of legs. Now the nobleman himself gave the order to his servants to attack the disgusting monster, but warned that Serena should not be harmed under any circumstances. But before they had even taken a few steps, a whole flock of demons appeared out of thin air. The possessed guards and maids immediately covered the master, not allowing mortals to touch him. While the soldiers were deciding what to do next, Azrael, forgotten by everyone, approached Elena and quietly asked whether the senior servant had done what she was asked to do, and, having received an affirmative answer, ordered her to act when the signal appeared. The older woman was clearly very scared, but she had a great grip on herself and was ready to set the trap in motion at any moment, so Sherry was already mentally triumphant. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting centipedes themselves were openly gloating. The supreme demon, having handed Serena over to one of his subordinates, laughed villainously, reveling in his power over the pathetic little people. As it turned out, for the adjutant, it was personal. The old man openly hated Adam because his father had done something that forced Kendrick to become a servant and wiped the snot of a pathetic brat. The blonde didn't understand what they were talking about now, and the possessed one happily reminded him that many years ago his family was a respected and powerful aristocratic clan in the eastern lands. But then one mistake happened, and they fell into insignificance. The father of the centipede leader begged the late old Earl of Haley on his knees for money to improve the situation, reminding him of their close friendship. But Adam and Serena's father ruthlessly refused. As a result, the Kendricks lost their title, lands, and privileges, becoming ordinary people, and one of them even had to act as a servant. And for this, the adjutant hated the Count's family with incredible force. Perhaps the demon was trying to make his vis-a-vis repent and humbly beg for forgiveness, or to enter into a heated argument. But the young aristocrat calmly replied that the last head of the ruined family was a hardened gambler and gambling addict who needed money only for himself. Therefore, the young man not only did not feel any sympathy for the old grievance of his former subordinate, but even reproached the old man that he really should have been grateful for the fact that he managed to find work on the estate at all. The adjutant was unable to respond to such an attack, so he, having finished gnashing his fangs in rage, simply ordered Adam to finally shut up and hand over the family seal that restrained the ancient centipede. Only after this condition is met will Kendrick graciously agree to spare Serena's life, but at the same time, he will also make the underage girl his wife. Trying to get even for the verbal defeat, the possessed one began to rant that he would be a much better master than the dry and unfeeling blonde man, who, having heard the vile plans of the parasites, reached for the blade in rage. The already tense situation literally heated up to white-hot temperatures, and only seconds remained before a massacre. But it was at this moment that Sherry, having climbed up the hill, ordered everyone to stop. In the girl's hands was the same injection gun with which she had previously destroyed the centipedes. She became so disgusted by listening to Kendrick that the healer decided to quickly put an end to the tragedy. And this seriously scared the demons. They were so carried away by mocking their opponents that they completely forgot to monitor the situation around them. The adjutant asked directly when Azriel had managed to move. But the girl, of course, was not going to explain her plan to the enemy like some kind of stereotypical villain. She just snapped her fingers, and the room plunged into darkness. The already frightened servants were on the verge of panic. Not only could they no longer see anything, but all the magic lanterns had also been turned off, due to Elena using a special artifact to deactivate the spell in the castle. And then the headmaid, who everyone had also long forgotten, with one swift movement opened the curtains, letting in a faint moonlight into the room for the first time in many years. All the characters became nervous, but especially, oddly enough, the servants of the estate. Even in such a situation, they remembered that Serena should under no circumstances be exposed to natural light, although they did not immediately remember that only sunlight was dangerous. The monsters were so confused that they could only shift from foot to foot in confusion. And no one paid attention to the artifact chandelier, which began to flicker suspiciously. But this only lasted temporarily. Then one of the young maids who helped the protagonist find clothes for Ludwig stared at this strange sight with wide eyes. No one could understand where this strange flickering came from if all the magic on the estate was turned off. But then it dawned on people that what they were seeing was not supernatural lights at all. In fact, they turned out to be insects. Billions of tiny but glowing bugs flew out of the open bag that the main character had been carrying with her until then. These creatures were called moonlight fireflies, and while they were classified as Tier 1 monsters in the game, they were harmless creatures that only took in the moonlight and enhanced its flickering. In the recent past, while discussing a way to complete the quest with the developers, the time traveler came to the conclusion that since she cannot use the daylight glow for fear of harming Serena, it should simply be replaced. Of course, the girl had to sweat a lot to find these glowing little ones in numerous locations, but the result was worth it. The fireflies easily filled the living room with bright but soft illumination, thanks to only a few weak rays. All this time, both people and demons were stunned into silence, mesmerized by the beauty that appeared before them, and expecting some kind of attack. But when it never came, Kendrick laughed mockingly. The possessed adjutant decided that the main character was so stupid or desperate that she seriously decided to fight demons with the help of some pathetic bugs. Of course, this was nothing more than the first element in a complex trap. After quickly examining the room and making sure that everything was ready, the protagonist took a deep breath and decided to begin. To the fury and horror of the centipede, the main character began to read a special prayer directed against the expulsion of darkness, and Sherry mentally rejoiced that she was not in the real world, because she was ashamed to read such a poorly written text. Panicking even more, the monster lunged at Azriel, ordering her to shut up immediately before blood was spilled. But no matter how fast Kendrick was, he was too late and the apothecary had almost finished reading the prayer. Time seemed to slow down, because the seconds flowed at the speed of minutes. The demon was already very close, his claws almost touched the girl's face, and she looked at this without any fear, because the light was increasingly engulfing her. The final lines of the recitative were, "I, Sophitrion Haley, will forever protect this place, even if I turn into a star." And the space was completely filled with a blinding, unbearable radiance. While a real light storm was raging in the living room, the protagonist, without wasting even a second, assumed a fighting pose, put her open palm forward, and mercilessly gave a command that sounded like this: "Lightning spear." The other servants and demons saw almost nothing, because something unimaginable was happening in the room. Not only was everyone blinded by the supernatural glow, but a strong wind arose, which seemed to hit their eyes on purpose. Kendrick recoiled in horror, with his entire multi-legged body. While he was still alive and unharmed, the parasite's imagination clearly drew how he was torn to pieces and burned to ashes by divine lightning. This surprised the main character incredibly, so much so that she froze for a moment like a pillar of salt and stared somewhere ahead of her with huge, rounded eyes. As it turned out, the game itself had given the girl a hard time. The interface had only just now warned that the chandelier artifact would accumulate energy for a long time due to prolonged inactivity, and Adam, who did not know this, simply advised the girl to run and not do stupid things. The healer didn't hear him, because she was still in incredible shock. She simply couldn't believe that her perfect, beautiful, and carefully thought-out plan would misfire like this. But if anyone got their bearings instantly, it was Kendrick. the leader of the centipedes. Realizing that no one would incinerate him, the old demon rushed to the attack again, grabbed the protagonist by the throat, and mockingly asked if these were all her abilities. Haley immediately tried to rush to the doctor's aid, but to no avail. The younger demons had not gone anywhere, and they immediately blocked the blonde's path to the stairs, where the main battle was taking place. Feeling the air being literally squeezed out of her lungs, the traveler thought with anger and despair, "When will this damned chandelier finally wake up and work as it should?" As for Kendrick, he behaved like a typical sadist. Feeling that the situation was again completely under his control, the possessed one spent some time ranting about how great it was that he would be able to get rid of such an annoying obstacle, and only then swung his claws for the final blow. Luckily for the apothecary, it was at that moment that the ancient artifact created by Sarah finally became fully charged and filled the huge room with a milky white glow. A huge rainbow beam emanated from the chandelier and struck the main demon in the back, like the lightning of the legendary thunder gods, who destroyed evil spirits with thunder and fire. The resulting damage exceeded all possible expectations. A huge round hole appeared in Kendrick's body, and he himself, instantly releasing the prey from his hands, desperately coughed up blood. Feeling free, and that luck was finally on her side, Sherry Azrael grinned triumphantly right in the monster's face. She had managed to lose a fair amount of hit points and mana points, but it no longer mattered. Meanwhile, the artifact was not going to be limited to the main parasite. The chandelier turned out to be something like a magical weapon of mass destruction, because it itself found and destroyed evil spirits without causing harm to mere mortals. The small demons tried their best to avoid the deadly radiance, desperately covering themselves with their hands or running away. But the deadly light always found and incinerated the centipedes that had settled inside people. The Count's maids, footmen, and bodyguards looked at this miracle with awe and slight fear, while Adam himself remained outwardly unshakable, like a stone idol. It was just a mask. In reality, the young aristocrat was shocked by what was happening, no less than his subordinates. And Sherry, meanwhile, did not have time to read the game's notifications about the destruction of another creature. Having recovered a little from the emotional shock, the girl smiled very contentedly and predatorily, and assumed a relaxed pose. After all, she had not spent so many hours in vain making the trap, and had the right to be proud of herself. Now that all the demons had been destroyed, all that was left was to collect the dark essence that remained from them and rub it into the blade of the ancient sword, thereby completely completing the first of the main quests. Here the room suddenly became dark, and the protagonist shook her head anxiously, trying to understand what had gone wrong now. As it turned out, the moon was covered by huge clouds, and the chandelier with fireflies had lost its source of energy. The woman, however, was not particularly alarmed by this. She thought that she had already killed all the centipedes, and did not notice at all how Kendrick, with great difficulty, nevertheless began to rise to his feet. The demon croaked that he had put too much effort into carrying out his plan, so he was not going to die so easily. And with one sharp movement, he reared up, preparing for a new attack. The protagonist was incredibly surprised and scared that the adjutant managed to stay alive after such terrible damage. But, on the other hand, he was the leader of the centipedes and should be stronger and tougher than everyone else. For a moment, one might have thought that the possessed old man was going to rip the head off the pharmacist who had ruined his plans and caused him terrible pain. But no, instead, the monster rushed towards the tense Adam. The remnants of common sense that the old man still had disappeared completely. He screamed with hysterical rage and did not even pay attention to the blade the young man held out. This was his undoing in the truest sense of the word. With just one short and powerful movement, the young aristocrat cut the hideous monster into two halves, as if it were made not of chitin and flesh, but of butter. For a few seconds, it seemed that now it was all over, because no creature could withstand so much damage. But no, Kendrick refused to die even after that, laughing madly that the time has not come yet. The monster still had enough strength left to crawl very quickly on just two arms for another attack, and the possessed one, to Adam's fury and horror, chose the unconscious Serena as its new target. Sherry also immediately understood where the old devil decided to strike this time, and hurried to help her siblings. The time traveler did not want to demonstrate her fighting skills to those around her until the very end, but she had no choice, and Kendrick continued to laugh madly, anticipating how he would inflict the most terrible pain possible on his hated enemy. At this moment, he became even less like a man than even before, with completely black eyes and a shark's mouth. Despite all their efforts, the main characters were unable to stop the vile monster. But when the latter got very close to the girl, the butler Frank stood between them. Hamster was so eager to protect the young lady that he agreed to take the fatal blow in her place, and Adam watched in pure horror as blood poured from the man's wounded body, and the giant dark clouds that had blocked the moon finally parted under the pressure of the wind. Silver rays once again penetrated the castle, saturating the chandelier, and Azrael mercilessly commanded the artifact to strike with a lightning spear. This time, the pillar of light that fell upon Kendrick was completely golden and huge, much wider than a human body, to ensure that this time the damn parasite would definitely die. Haley Sr. also did his bit. He wasn't going to take any more risks and chopped the nasty old man into tiny pieces so that he would never come back and hurt his loved ones again. When the adjutant had finally turned into a stain of dark blood on the floor, the blonde stopped, breathed heavily, and stared at something in front of him with sadness and pain. It was Frank, the noble butler, lying in a pool of his own blood, desperately covering Serena with his hand, as if the latter were his own child. When the boy finally regained his speech, he cried out in despair for the first time in the entire story, calling his most loyal and reliable servant by name, while the protagonist, meanwhile, read the notification that the level 25 demonic centipede was finally dead. Now there was no doubt that all the parasites that had taken over the estate were dead, and the young countess was not only unharmed, but had not even woken up, and was now being gently placed in a wheelchair. But it was Frank who had to pay the most terrible price for this victory. Now Adam was tenderly hugging his body and desperately asking the healer if she could help his friend. The main character approached the butler and placed her fingers on his wrist, checking his pulse, and froze in this pose for a while, until the blonde repeated his question with even greater fear. Unfortunately, it was already impossible to help. Hamster died not from his wounds, but from the poison on Kendrick's claws, and Haley, realizing this, cried bitterly, not embarrassed by either Azrael or the remaining servants. Elena, blushing desperately, quietly approached her employer and tenderly said that Frank had been the most devoted servant of the Count's family throughout his life. It was an honor for him to give his life for the young masters. The other footmen and maids, not without difficulty holding back their tears, agreed that this was exactly how it was. The butler even often repeated that he would die on the job. As for the newcomer, she kept a bashful silence. On the one hand, she seemed to have destroyed the monsters, but on the other hand, the quest still had a bad ending. Here, several interface messages appeared in front of her. One said that the protagonist received 25 units of dark energy as a reward, and another said that the developer Sarah transferred 1 million gold to her, and she wasn't the only one to make such a generous gesture. The game master Ari gave the main character 3 vials of the highest-ranking potion for curing sun allergies. As the healer now recalled, this developer had indeed said that she had prepared a special reward for completing the quest specifically for Azrael. But who could have thought that this treasure would turn out to be a cure for Serena's illness? Personally, Sherry, of course, was of no particular use to him, but she was not a heartless sociopath capable of ignoring the suffering of an innocent teenage girl. And, as cynical as it may sound, this gift slightly sweetened the ending. Yes, the butler is still dead, and everyone is mourning him, but everyone else is still alive and well, and the Count's sister is about to be healed. While the servants continued to mourn Hamster and the protagonist rejoiced at her newfound wealth, Adam Haley himself stood all alone and wondered, what if the late Frank was actually right? The death of his most loyal and reliable servant, due to the unbridled centipedes, made the blonde seriously doubt his powers. And now he was ready to dismiss the entire servants while the seal was still intact. As soon as they heard this, the footmen, maids, and guards were horrified. They could not even imagine that the young master would one day want to send them away to God knows where. Instead of answering, the young man simply ordered those around him to flee the county immediately, as quickly and as far as possible, and he was ready to take on any expenses. And Sherry thought with irritation, why did he want to carry this cross alone? Besides, the guy was simply ruining a beautiful moment with his complexes. So before his complexes got the better of him again, the healer shoved healing potions into Adam's hands. To say that the serum bottles looked magical would be a considerable understatement. They literally sparkled with magic, so much so that the aristocrat even caught his breath. Without giving him time to come to his senses, Azrael directly confirmed that with the help of this remedy, Serena's illness can be cured once and for all. All the burns and torments will become a thing of the past, like a nightmare. The blonde, however, was in no hurry to rejoice. He had suffered and feared for his sister and those around him for so long that now he simply could not force himself to look at things with optimism. The main character was even surprised to see the usually unshakable nobleman in such a vulnerable state. But she only gave instructions out loud. The potions must be taken before dawn, and in 3 days there will be a complete recovery. While the landlord was lost in thought, several servants hastened to congratulate him. They themselves had long dreamed of seeing the young countess finally go out into the street like an ordinary girl, that now they were ready to cry with happiness. The fulfillment of the most cherished dream of the Haley siblings and their closest assistants was closer than ever. For a moment, Adam, as if alive, saw his sister, with a happy smile and healthy skin, happily running around the palace grounds. But the young man forced the dream away and asked if those around him weren't afraid of the approaching apocalypse, and the readers were even shown how the clouds were gathering outside and how the shadow of a colossal centipede appeared on a high tower. Then, Elna spoke on behalf of all the other servants. Respectfully bowing her head, the woman admitted that yes, they were all still very much afraid of the fate of being devoured by the demoness. But at the same time, they desperately do not want to appear like cowards who run away into the sunset as soon as there is even the slightest sign of danger in the distance. This short and simple speech sincerely inspired everyone present. Bodyguards, footmen, and maids, they all bowed their heads before their master and swore to fight to the end with him, shoulder to shoulder, no matter how serious the threat. After a short pause, the fair-haired youth solemnly said that he sincerely respected the will of his subordinates, so he agreed. They would all remain in the palace and drive the ancient centipede back to the underworld for all eternity. To emphasize the seriousness of his words, the blonde took the sword with which he had previously cut the traitor Kendrick into pieces, raised it high above his head, and repeated the battle cry chosen by the servants. "Glory to Haley!" And those around him happily picked it up. Everyone, from men to women, from young people to old people, raised their fists in the air and praised the ancient aristocratic family. Azrael didn't take part in this, but she was still very pleased. She, in fact, just played the role of a pebble, the movement of which gradually causes a huge landslide. But then everyone's mood changed dramatically. Life, albeit briefly, returned to normal. Adam Haley vowed to personally protect the land of his ancestors, and his people, having recovered from the shock, began to take care of the wounded and clean up the mess caused by the demons. The main character smiled sincerely, looking at such a miracle. She was very pleased to realize that these people no longer needed the help of a time traveler. They would perfectly well sort out their problems themselves. Of course, it was still necessary to restore the seal by awakening the sword and visit Ludwig. But the protagonist did not have time to take even a few steps when the young count suddenly called out to her. Adam asked if the pharmacist's name was really Sherry Azrael, and she calmly answered in the affirmative, although she suspected that something evil might be hidden behind it. But, as it turned out, nothing of the sort happened. In fact, the blonde simply thanked the doctor, with a smile for everything she did, and even the system notified that his attitude had changed for the better. This was the first time that the elder Haley did not address the protagonist in a dry and distant manner. But out loud, the girl only awkwardly clarified what exactly she was being thanked for. Pointing to his peacefully sleeping sister, the aristocrat explained that it was thanks to the time traveler that the demonic parasites were sent into oblivion, and Serena received a chance at a normal life. And besides, Adam was ashamed of his morning rudeness. Sherry tried to explain that she didn't need the credit, because she didn't do it for praise. But Haley calmly interrupted her by asking her to stop being modest. The girl repeated the word in amazement, as if she had heard it for the first time in her life and did not understand its meaning. And the nobleman added that, yes, now his entire family was in an unpayable debt to Azrael. And then came the heroine's finest hour. She explained that from the very beginning, she did everything for the sake of a huge monetary reward, and her eyes shone with greed, like two giant gold coins. In his not very long life, Adam had seen a lot of things, more than even many old people, but words like these really left him stumped. And the funniest thing is that the protagonist was not looking for the performance with the aim of getting rid of the young man. No, she was truly anticipating the upcoming expenses, justifying her behavior by the fact that the game masters did not give her enough gold. Sherry demanded from Haley the bribe amount promised by Kendrick, as well as money for the moon fireflies, and finally, a lifetime allowance for the fact that the centipedes almost chewed off her ass. For a moment, the atmosphere became very cold and tense. The system warned that Adam seriously doubted Azrael's motives, and that she had empathy. But then the young aristocrat looked at his interlocutor with some warmth, and another message informed that now he understood the heroine better. This reaction left the protagonist stumped. Firstly, she considered herself to be in full rights, since she had spent many hours and efforts to complete the quest. And secondly, the newcomer did not remember a single playthrough in which the blonde count smiled at anyone, even with the corners of his lips. In addition, the main character did not understand what the message, "Adam began to understand you better," meant at all, and how she had aroused his increased interest. The healer did not say anything that in a normal game, for example, could increase the character's sympathy. In general, Sherry found herself in deep thought. It was much more important for her to quickly complete the main quest and wake up in the real world again than to win friendship with NPCs. But she also did not want to make one of the main characters of the plot an enemy. The pharmacist instantly forgot about it as soon as the man said that he agreed. A lifetime allowance would be included in the package. Azrael was so happy about this that she first jumped up and then fell at the blonde's feet. In a euphoric rush, the healer promised that she would continue to do her job with all possible diligence, and when asked to ask another question, she answered yes without hesitation. As it turned out, it was in vain, because Adam reported that only a few people knew about the artifact disguised as a chandelier, Haley's ancient weapon against demons, usually family members and old-timer servants, and even the blonde himself did not know many details about this thing. Summing up, the Count noted that Sherry definitely could not be his relative, even a very distant one, and she spent only 3 days in his estate, so how could she even know how to activate and use the chandelier? To say that the girl stood as if struck by lightning would be a criminal understatement. Her jaw literally dropped to the floor, and her pink-haired head was filled with absolute emptiness. Azrael had to say something in her defense, but she had no idea what exactly. She had never even thought that any of the game characters would be interested in this, and now she could only mumble incoherently. For some time, Adam patiently waited for some kind of answer, until he finally coldly asked what had happened to the pharmacist. The interface warned that the man had again begun to doubt the newcomer, and she realized that she was finished. But at the same time, Sherry had gone too far to lose literally one step away from victory. So, using all the power of her imagination, the girl with a straight face blurted out that her grandfather had told her about Haley's great chandelier. It sounded so unconvincing that the blonde didn't even try to hide his skepticism, but the pharmacist couldn't be stopped. Having caught the wave, she began to chatter at breakneck speed about how exactly her imaginary grandfather could have learned such a terrible secret. At that moment, the newcomer even sincerely thanked Sarah in her thoughts, and at one time she almost spat when the developer, delighted by the attention, instead of a laconic answer, scribbled out a huge, graphomaniac message. To Adam's credit, he actually listened to this entire stream of revelations without interrupting once. Yes, he looked at the healer with a look that seemed to say, "Are you a complete idiot?" Zrenya. But that was all. When this strange and terribly long story about the misadventures of fictional healers who knew about the chandelier finally came to an end, the blonde man said outright that it sounded like some kind of nonsense, but there were so many details that it could well be considered the truth, albeit an unlikely one. After this, it was as if a weight had been lifted from the healer's shoulders. Her imagination too vividly painted her with a picture of Haley finally coldly ordering the servants to cut off her too knowing head, while Adam, as always unperturbed, gave orders to Elena regarding the reward for Azriel. The pharmacist herself mentally summed up today's events. She had collected enough dark essence to awaken the ancient sword. Now, all that was left was to collect the promised sum from the High Maid and return to the prison tower where Cassel was waiting. The current head of the Haley family could be found to have many shortcomings, but stinginess and failure to keep oaths were definitely not among them. The young aristocrat really did give the protagonist a huge sum of 100,000 gold coins. The woman understood perfectly well that these were not real money, but simply pieces of computer code that seemed to her like real coins. But they felt so natural that greed and euphoria completely took hold of Sherry. Even Adam himself was not very comfortable watching this joy. From his point of view, the healer clearly resembled a savage who was ready to make divine sacrifices to some richly decorated bottle. The traveler indignantly replied that it was absolutely natural to be happy about the payment for one's hard work, but in response, the nobleman only snorted, grinned, and declared that the girl had a big mouth. The pharmacist pouted indignantly, turned sideways to the man, and pressed the bag of treasures to her chest as if it were her favorite child. But the blonde no longer had any desire to play these games. Without any warning, he directly asked the healer what exactly Ludwig had promised her as a reward for her help, and whether she was really sure that the damned prince would pay. The traveler admitted that from the Count's point of view, this was a completely logical and expected interest. After all, she was constantly hanging around Castle, and could have found out his true identity even if she hadn't known it in advance. But this interest did not bother or upset the main character. In a sense, on the contrary, it made her happy, because she would finally be able to say what she had long wanted. First, Azriel asked Adam what he thought, and when the young man asked again in bewilderment what it meant, she clarified, "Did Haley think that Cassel would pay her for her help?" The blonde man asked in bewilderment why he was being asked about this. After all, he had decided to find out the true motives of the mysterious healer, and was counting on sincere and clear answers. But this time, Sherry was going to play by her own rules, so instead of a simple answer, she answered again mysteriously, "It depends only on you, Count." Let's assume that a catastrophe occurs. Hordes of demons break out into the real world, but Adam fights to the last, like a hero. Will Ludwig remain a despicable criminal in the eyes of others? The blonde had nothing to say in response, and the girl understood correctly. The aristocrat himself had thought about this difficult situation with the enchanted prince many times. To sort her out a little, Haley sent those 2 guards to the prison tower, but he didn't know that they were 6 sadists and would give Cassel a torture session. Eventually, the blonde turned away, but Azriel wasn't going to back down. Now she decided to find out something, and the first thing she mentioned was that the brunette was imprisoned by order of the current emperor. Ludwig, if anything, was the direct heir and had an ironclad right to the throne. And what would he do with the Haley family, who kept him in a dreary dungeon and tortured him, if he somehow overthrew the current ruler? These words made Adam very angry. He did not stoop to rudeness, but in a very cold and harsh tone ordered Sherry to shut up and reminded her that she was only the owner of a pharmacy. How could she understand such subtleties? That voice alone and that cold Arctic ice gaze would have been enough for most people to whine and run away. But the newcomer calmly replied that she hadn't meant anything bad. She was simply sharing her assumptions about a possible future. She mentally added that there was still a chance to change everything, especially since Ludwig didn't really hold a grudge against the Count, because he had long been accustomed to such treatment. But this can only continue as long as Castle is considered a despicable criminal. If the brunette becomes the full-fledged ruler of the empire, he will surely remember everyone who has offended him in any way and destroy them. This was one of the main tasks of the users, to reconcile the 2 men so that they would not end up at each other's throats. But the newcomer did not have the time or desire to do this properly. It was more important to prevent a demonic catastrophe. The blonde nobleman closed his eyes tiredly and put his hand to his forehead. Perhaps now, for the first time in many years, someone had managed to defeat him in conversation, and Adam had difficulty understanding how to react to this. No matter how proud the blonde was, he at the same time understood perfectly well that the girl was right. And with noticeable reluctance, however, he asked whether, in her opinion, there was a way to prevent the war. The protagonist boldly assured that there was such a way, because if the main characters did become sworn enemies, then she would not be able to complete the game. So it was better to give them a vector that would lead to reconciliation. The pharmacist reminded the young count of his own words. He would stay at home and protect him, no matter what effort it took. And after that, the main characters looked into each other's eyes in silence for a while. Then the main character worriedly assured that, of course, she would also make her contribution and would regularly supply elixirs, and silently vowed to herself not to be so impudent again, so as not to break away from the image of a wise but ordinary healer. The nobleman, however, did not get angry, or hid it so skillfully that he did not even receive a message from the system. Instead, he took a protective amulet of the highest rank from his pocket and handed it to his interlocutor. The protagonist excitedly asked what it was. She clearly appreciated the qualities of the new artifact, but also understood perfectly well that Adam was not the kind of person who would give such gifts without serious reasons. The man explained that it was a special protective item that ensured the owner's safety, even at a great distance, so it could be easily traveled with. But that was not what the traveler was interested in. The elder Haley felt very uncomfortable saying this, so to prevent the healer from seeing his true emotions, he turned away and quietly said that this amulet was insurance for the worst case. Azriel had to use this artifact to protect herself and Serena and get to the capital together. And the pharmacist broke out in a cold sweat from realizing the subtext of the blonde's words. Yes, Adam was seriously preparing for the fact that he would die in the battle with the ancient centipede, but at the same time, he wanted to save his sister's life. And so that the greedy healer would not abandon her, he assured Sherry that in the future she would definitely reward her with gold and an allowance, as had been agreed upon. However, the usually perceptive traveler did not see this subtext. On the contrary, she decided that the cold and unapproachable aristocrat had become so filled with warm feelings for her that he was ready to entrust the safety of his beloved relative. The elder Haley, with his characteristic directness, calmly replied that no, there was no talk of any trust, and Azriel once again felt like an awkward fool. Indignant that she was not being appreciated as she should be, the healer asked why she was being entrusted with such a mission at all, and Adam calmly objected that he could not trust her completely, and that he expected a knife in the back at any second. As for why he decided to trust Sherry with transporting his little sister, the reason was terribly trivial. Greedy people will do anything to get their jackpot. Outraged that she had just been called a greedy person, the newcomer angrily pouted and declared that she did not like money at all, although she hugged the ill-fated bag to herself with such reverence as if it were her favorite child. The elder Haley again did not comment on this hypocritical statement in any way, but the expression on the blonde's face and gaze were so eloquent that no words were needed. The protagonist repeated that it was true and that she was not a money grubber, but she didn't even have time to properly begin her speech, because the floor literally disappeared from under her feet. The aristocrat's office shook as if some invisible giant had approached the palace, torn a room out of it, and started shaking it in his hands, enjoying the sound of books and furniture knocking against the walls. The girl was afraid that an earthquake had started, but in reality, everything was even worse. Trying not to show his own fear, Adam warned that this was a symbol of the removal of the seal and the appearance of a monster. After this, the audience was shown that the shadow of the queen and progenitor of the centipede demons had become even larger and denser than it was. It was she, curled up in rings on the tower, that caused the monstrous shaking. That in itself was a great reason to panic. But suddenly, Sherry was confronted with a game notification that developer Jin wanted to talk urgently. Due to the suddenness of it, this message worked better than the most selective jump scare. Haley, of course, couldn't see the interface details, so he didn't understand why the girl reacted so violently, seemingly out of the blue. But the pharmacist refused to go into explanations on this matter either. Then the aristocrat gave the healer a strange look and slowly reminded her that she had received the promised treasures, so she could go home. Fortunately, the shaking had already stopped, and the interface kindly noted that the blonde seriously took the protagonist for a fool. This time, the situation was very serious, so the main character ignored this trifle. Instead, she asked for permission to ask the question, and mentally expressed the hope that then Jin would leave her alone. The Count didn't answer, but his face showed that he was still open to dialogue. So the healer, without wasting time, said, "Do you have a backup plan if the prisoner stops receiving insomnia potions?" After a short pause, Adam admitted that no. If Cassell ended up falling asleep and summoning hordes of demons into the world, the young nobleman simply intended to fight until his last breath, knowing that he might well lose his life in the process. This answer did not surprise Azriel at all. She quickly realized that the blonde was not the kind of person who would avoid mortal danger, so she simply advised her interlocutor to send troops to the Western Territories if one day Ludwig did fall asleep. Naturally, the nobleman did not understand what was being discussed at all. After all, he was not familiar with his world from the position of a real player, and did not know many details, like the same Sherry, who generally worked as a tester. Therefore, the time traveler had to explain that it was on the western side that monsters generated by the prince's nightmares would begin to appear, and that this would be the easiest way for the soldiers to prevent mass casualties among the civilian population. The young man took this information very seriously. He did not brush it off and call it nonsense, but he became noticeably worried and tried to find out how the girl knew such nuances. The pharmacist lied, saying that Cassell himself had told her this information, and immediately clarified that it was not altruism. She was simply doing the work for which she had been promised payment. Adam still doubted that the damned prince would have asked the healer to convey this news to him if the opportunity arose, but the main character confirmed that this was indeed the case. She admitted that the brunette had begun to develop a strong immunity to the effects of the elixirs, and he, realizing that another catastrophe was closer than ever, decided to warn those around him about it in advance. And now, when the elder Haley seemed to have no more awkward questions, Azriel warned with an awkward smile that she was leaving. The game gold weighed many times less than the real one, but it was still heavy, and Sherry wanted to quickly put it in her inventory. She was also very annoyed that Jin stubbornly continued to call her all this time, as if there was a fire on his side. So the time traveler, spitting on decency, simply ran away from the Count's office. Just at that moment, Elena was about to enter the room, and for a few seconds, the headmaid looked after the protagonist in shock, until the master called out to her, warning that he would ask for one favor. As she entered and closed the door, the maid grumbled good-naturedly that miss, that is, Azriel, was always up to her ears in business, and Adam, with slight disgust, asked why she addressed the greedy healer in such a way. The maid kindly explained that Sherry must be very young. No one had seen her face because of magic, but her manner of speech and many other indirect signs gave away the true age of the newcomer. The man didn't comment on this in any way, and then Elena added that the doctor had done a lot today, in such a gentle, proud tone, as if she were talking about the successes of her beloved daughter. For example, she spent many hours scouring the swamps, looking for fireflies, and returned not only with a tightly packed bag, but also covered in mud. But Haley was not at all impressed by this feat. Thanks to the time traveler, they were finally able to get rid of the demonic parasites and received medicine to cure Serena. For this, it would not be a sin to carry Azriel in her arms as a thank you. But Adam Haley did not agree. He told the maid that the main character demanded a huge sum for her actions and the right to live at his expense for life, so there was no hint of altruism or a desire to do good. This irritated the young man greatly, because he believed that if the situation had turned out a little differently, Sherry would have left him and all the servants to die without hesitation. But this did not reach Elena. On the contrary, she affectionately called the healer a smart girl for her desire to demand a bribe. The Count was also infuriated by the fact that Azriel, albeit implicitly, dared to threaten him, using Ludwig as a lever of influence, and the fact that he himself could not understand. Where could an ordinary commoner, and even a young one, collect so much information about high-born people like him? Finally, the pharmacist spoke with absolute confidence about the possibility of Cassell's return to the throne, as if she not only believed in such an unlikely outcome of events, but could also make it happen in the near future. As it turned out, there was some kind of prophecy that said that if the brunette spends 7 days in Haley's dungeon, and at the end of the week he does not fall asleep, then the invasion of monsters will not happen, but this will not prevent only one centipede from escaping. That is why Adam frankly did not care about Ludwig, his suffering and possible ambitions. After all, life had locked him personally, and all his close associates between a rock and a hard place. The blonde was no fool and knew very well what influence the damned man could have on the already weakened seal, and he practically resigned himself to the fact that the politicians from the capital decided to sacrifice an entire county. And then the main character appeared, who was ready to completely solve the problem, not only by returning the throne to the prince, but also by making sure that Haley and all their loved ones remained alive, no matter what problems arose in achieving this goal. This made Adam feel very uncomfortable. The poor guy was clearly torn apart by the fear of failure and the desperate desire to share Azriel's confidence, to believe that a happy ending was actually possible. In order to put his mental state in order, the blonde aristocrat began, as usual, to fill out various documents. But Elena, without leaving the office, noted that it had been a very long time since she had seen her master demonstrate so much emotion when communicating with someone. She used this to once again praise the protagonist. She may have defeated a pack of deadly demons and many other monsters, but getting an Ice King like Haley to show excitement, anger, or fear was an absolutely unimaginable feat. The nobleman irritably ordered him to stop talking nonsense, but all these words really touched something deep in Adam's soul. He couldn't stop thinking about Sherry Azriel, no matter how hard he tried. He had known this girl for only 3 days, a ridiculously short period of time if you think about it. But during those days, the main character had repeatedly made the blonde want to strangle her with his bare hands or shower her with gold in gratitude. The main character hadn't really reacted so strongly to anyone other than his sister in a long time, so he couldn't help but wonder what other secrets the apothecary was hiding. But out loud, the aristocrat only told the maid to convey the order to prepare for battle to the commander of the knightly order. After that, the story finally returned to the time traveler. As it turned out, Jean desperately tried to warn her that there was no time to waste away over gold. It was necessary to urgently check Ludwig, so the girl almost knocked her feet bloody while running to the prison tower and climbing to the top. Sherry ran into the cell with a loud question whether anything had happened during her absence, but the only answer was silence. The dungeon was pitch dark, and even Castle remained silent for now, leaning his hand against the wall with difficulty. At the young man's feet, there was also a small pile of completely empty serum bottles, and the protagonist's jaw almost dropped to the floor. How could she possibly have used such a mountain of potions again in such a short time? The girl understood perfectly well that the investigation of the charges would delay her, so she threw away the bag, which contained many dozens of bottles. Such a quantity, as it seemed to her, should easily be enough for many hours. The pharmacist's indignation knew no bounds. She began to scold the prince as if he were a young glutton, and did not even pay attention to the fact that Cassel had been standing for too long without doing anything and even refused to talk. Only then did the healer realize that something was clearly wrong here. There was some kind of stench in the air, as if something was rotten, and there was a quiet sound of dripping water, but she didn't have time to think about it. The brunette finally came into the light and spoke. The prince did not understand how the protagonist managed to come here, and then he clearly thought that Sherry had been sentenced to imprisonment. But they went to meet her and placed her in his cell, which Cassel unceremoniously called idiocy. The healer almost burst with anger, deciding that she had been called a fool for no reason, but then she suddenly covered her face with her hand. The stench, which at first seemed weak, intensified to such an extent that it became simply impossible to breathe. The stench was such that it seemed as if a large animal had died and partially decomposed somewhere nearby. But this made the heroine finally pay attention to the giant pool of blood at the brunette's feet, and the fact that many of the bottles were not just empty, but broken. Azriel took a few seconds to process this terrible information. Then she leaned forward, grabbed Cassel's hand, and saw with horror the deep wound that was the source of the dripping sound. The conclusion was terrible, but unfortunately logical. When the supply of potions came to an end, Ludwig broke the glass vessels and began to injure himself with the shards in order to drive away drowsiness with the help of terrible pain. Turning around, the time traveler saw several full, unopened vessels among a pile of glass trash, and this caused her even more shock. After all, if the young man still had the means against drowsiness, then why did he need to torment himself at all? What kind of madness is this? Usually tough, direct, and unceremonious, Castle did not want to answer for a long time. But when he finally condescended to confess, it frightened the protagonist more than anything else. The worst-case scenario came true. The effect of the serums was reduced from 10 to a measly 5 minutes. Some time passed. Despite the drama that had happened, the night outside the window was very quiet and beautiful, and the girl, pouring a healing tincture on the captive's injured hands, sadly reminded him that she had sworn to return. As cruel and unfeeling as Azriel seemed to be, it was truly painful and scary for her to watch someone hurt themselves to such an extent, and she directly asked the brunette why it was done. After another short silence, the young man, angrily, like a disappointed child, declared that the man captured by the Count's knights on charges of theft simply could not return. That's why Ludwig decided to resort to self-harm again. He didn't expect the potion's effect to weaken so much, and decided to save at least a few vials for emergencies. But in the end, he simply turned away and threw them away so that the healer wouldn't bother her head with it. The main character was forced to admit that in this particular situation, Cassell was completely right. He had no idea what was happening in Haley's house, and it would be quite logical for him to decide that the Count would execute the guilty healer, leaving the prince alone again with his curse. The young man tried to drive away sleep at any cost, and for this purpose resorted to very cruel but effective methods. But even if the protagonist had left him more potions, this would only have accelerated the emergence of resistance and dependence. Not knowing what else to say, the pharmacist muttered that it was not necessary to do so after all. And then the man growled with suppressed rage. What else could he do but just watch as the entire empire and its inhabitants turned into a scorched hell? The time traveler was not offended, because she understood perfectly well that Ludwig could be rude because of his hard life. But he was angry not at her, but at himself, because he could not influence this situation with his own efforts. On the other hand, the newcomer sincerely could not understand why the young man was trying to prevent the catastrophe with such fanatical frenzy, because she honestly admitted to herself that if she were the bearer of the curse, she would still be asleep, because she could not do otherwise. It is possible, of course, that the main character was driven by a colossal responsibility to his people, because he was a prince and a future sovereign, but Sherry doubted it. Cassell simply did not have such a noble character. Be that as it may, the protagonist understood well that now was not the time to waste time. She needed to regain Ludwig's meager, but still goodwill, so she swallowed her pride and decided to apologize. For the first time in history, Azriel bowed her head of her own free will, admitting that she was entirely to blame for this situation. She gave lousy potions and did not come for a long time contrary to her duty, and she asked for forgiveness for this. The prince looked at the girl for a few seconds, before sighing and lazily admitting that she wasn't as shameless as she seemed, and the newcomer mentally cursed. What a bastard, ruining such a moment. But the brunette had no desire to engage in any kind of skirmish. Going behind the doctor's back, he quietly admitted that there was no point in this, and in all fairness, he should have been killed in infancy. The healer screamed in horror that Cassell was even talking, and when he coldly asked what was wrong, she quickly turned away and muttered that everything was fine. The further they went, the more Azriel began to get irritated by Ludwig's behavior. She admitted that he had the right to be angry at her for her mistake, but now it seemed like the brunette had decided to openly mock her. But then it dawned on the protagonist that the man was trying to console her in such a strange and wild way, as if declaring that she was not worth anyone's concern in the first place. And the prince, meanwhile, sighed deeply, as if he had read these thoughts and was pleased with the interlocutor's insight. After this, Cassell decided to change the awkward topic with a question about potions, and the time traveler readily poured 200 vials of purple liquid right in front of his nose. Azriel warned that they should now be taken with the utmost caution. The effect has become absolutely negligible, and soon it may disappear completely. The prince, in turn, added that there was only 1 day left. We had to hold out for a day, and a catastrophe would not happen. On the one hand, 24 hours is not such a long period of time, but on the other hand, serums now need to be taken literally every 5 minutes, and this puzzled the heroine. Deciding to distract herself with work, the girl approached Haley's ancient ancestral sword, rubbed dark essence into it, and the blade glowed brightly. The blonde had nothing to say in response, And the girl understood correctly. The aristocrat himself had thought about this difficult situation with the enchanted prince many times. To sort her out a little, Haley sent those two guards to the prison tower. But he didn't know that they were sick sadists and would give Cassell a torture session. Eventually, the blonde turned away, but Azriel wasn't going to back down. Now she decided to find out something. And the first thing she mentioned was that the brunette was imprisoned by order of the current emperor. Ludwig, if anything, was the direct heir and had an ironclad right to the throne. And what would he do with the Haley family, who kept him in a dreary dungeon and tortured him, if he somehow overthrew the current ruler? These words made Adam very angry. He did not stoop to rudeness, but in a very cold and harsh tone ordered Sherry to shut up and reminded her that she was only the owner of a pharmacy. How could she understand such subtleties? That voice alone and that cold Arctic ice gaze would have been enough for most people to whine and run away. But the newcomer calmly replied that she hadn't meant anything bad. She was simply sharing her assumptions about a possible future. She mentally added that there was still a chance to change everything, especially since Ludwig didn't really hold a grudge against the Count, because he had long been accustomed to such treatment. But this can only continue as long as Castle is considered a despicable criminal. If the brunette becomes the full-fledged ruler of the empire, he will surely remember everyone who has offended him in any way and destroy them. This was one of the main tasks of the users, to reconcile the two men so that they would not end up at each other's throats. But the newcomer did not have the time or desire to do this properly. It was more important to prevent a demonic catastrophe. The blonde nobleman closed his eyes tiredly and put his hand to his forehead. Perhaps now, for the first time in many years, someone had managed to defeat him in conversation, and Adam had difficulty understanding how to react to this. No matter how proud the blonde was, he at the same time understood perfectly well that the girl was right. And with noticeable reluctance, however, he asked whether, in her opinion, there was a way to prevent the war. The protagonist boldly assured that there was such a way, because if the main characters did become sworn enemies, then she would not be able to complete the game. So it was better to give them a vector that would lead to reconciliation. The pharmacist reminded the young count of his own words. He would stay at home and protect him, no matter what effort it took. And after that, the main characters looked into each other's eyes in silence for a while. Then the main character worriedly assured that, of course, she would also make her contribution and would regularly supply elixirs, and silently vowed to herself not to be so impudent again, so as not to break away from the image of a wise but ordinary healer. The nobleman, however, did not get angry, or hid it so skillfully that he did not even receive a message from the system. Instead, he took a protective amulet of the highest rank from his pocket and handed it to his interlocutor. The protagonist excitedly asked what it was. She clearly appreciated the qualities of the new artifact, but also understood perfectly well that Adam was not the kind of person who would give such gifts without serious reasons. The man explained that it was a special protective item that ensured the owner's safety, even at a great distance, so it could be easily traveled with. But that was not what the traveler was interested in. The elder Haley felt very uncomfortable saying this, so to prevent the healer from seeing his true emotions, he turned away and quietly said that this amulet was insurance for the worst case. Azriel had to use this artifact to protect herself and Serena and get to the capital together. And the pharmacist broke out in a cold sweat from realizing the subtext of the blonde's words. Yes, Adam was seriously preparing for the fact that he would die in the battle with the ancient centipede, but at the same time, he wanted to save his sister's life. And so that the greedy healer would not abandon her, he assured Sherry that in the future she would definitely reward her with gold and an allowance, as had been agreed upon. However, the usually perceptive traveler did not see this subtext. On the contrary, she decided that the cold and unapproachable aristocrat had become so filled with warm feelings for her that he was ready to entrust the safety of his beloved relative. The elder Haley, with his characteristic directness, calmly replied that no, there was no talk of any trust, and Azriel once again felt like an awkward fool. Indignant that she was not being appreciated as she should be, the healer asked why she was being entrusted with such a mission at all, and Adam calmly objected that he could not trust her completely, and that he expected a knife in the back at any second. As for why he decided to trust Sherry with transporting his little sister, the reason was terribly trivial. Greedy people will do anything to get their jackpot. Outraged that she had just been called a greedy person, the newcomer angrily pouted and declared that she did not like money at all, although she hugged the ill-fated bag to herself with such reverence as if it were her favorite child. The elder Haley again did not comment on this hypocritical statement in any way, but the expression on the blonde's face and gaze were so eloquent that no words were needed. The protagonist repeated that it was true and that she was not a money grubber, but she didn't even have time to properly begin her speech because the floor literally disappeared from under her feet. The aristocrat's office shook as if some invisible giant had approached the palace, torn a room out of it, and started shaking it in his hands, enjoying the sound of books and furniture knocking against the walls. The girl was afraid that an earthquake had started, but in reality, everything was even worse. Trying not to show his own fear, Adam warned that this was a symbol of the removal of the seal and the appearance of a monster. After this, the audience was shown that the shadow of the queen and progenitor of the centipede demons had become even larger and denser than it was. It was she, curled up in rings on the tower, that caused the monstrous shaking. That in itself was a great reason to panic. But suddenly, Sherry was confronted with a game notification that developer Jin wanted to talk urgently. Due to the suddenness of it, this message worked better than the most selective jump scare. Haley, of course, couldn't see the interface details, so he didn't understand why the girl reacted so violently, seemingly out of the blue. But the pharmacist refused to go into explanations on this matter either. Then the aristocrat gave the healer a strange look and slowly reminded her that she had received the promised treasures, so she could go home. Fortunately, the shaking had already stopped, and the interface kindly noted that the blonde seriously took the protagonist for a fool. This time, the situation was very serious, so the main character ignored this trifle. Instead, she asked for permission to ask the question, and mentally expressed the hope that then Jin would leave her alone. The count didn't answer, but his face showed that he was still open to dialogue. So the healer, without wasting time, said, "Do you have a backup plan if the prisoner stops receiving insomnia potions?" After a short pause, Adam admitted that no. If Cassell ended up falling asleep and summoning hordes of demons into the world, the young nobleman simply intended to fight until his last breath, knowing that he might well lose his life in the process. This answer did not surprise Azriel at all. She quickly realized that the blonde was not the kind of person who would avoid mortal danger, so she simply advised her interlocutor to send troops to the Western territories if one day Ludwig did fall asleep. Naturally, the nobleman did not understand what was being discussed at all. After all, he was not familiar with his world from the position of a real player, and did not know many details, like the same Sherry, who generally worked as a tester. Therefore, the time traveler had to explain that it was on the western side that monsters generated by the prince's nightmares would begin to appear, and that this would be the easiest way for the soldiers to prevent mass casualties among the civilian population. The young man took this information very seriously. He did not brush it off and call it nonsense, but he became noticeably worried and tried to find out how the girl knew such nuances. The pharmacist lied, saying that Cassell himself had told her this information, and immediately clarified that it was not altruism. She was simply doing the work for which she had been promised payment. Adam still doubted that the damned prince would have asked the healer to convey this news to him if the opportunity arose, but the main character confirmed that this was indeed the case. She admitted that the brunette had begun to develop a strong immunity to the effects of the elixirs, and he, realizing that another catastrophe was closer than ever, decided to warn those around him about it in advance. And now, when the elder Haley seemed to have no more awkward questions, Azriel warned with an awkward smile that she was leaving. The game gold weighed many times less than the real one, but it was still heavy, and Sherry wanted to quickly put it in her inventory. She was also very annoyed that Jin stubbornly continued to call her all this time, as if there was a fire on his side. So the time traveler, spitting on decency, simply ran away from the count's office. Just at that moment, Elena was about to enter the room, and for a few seconds, the headmaid looked after the protagonist in shock, until the master called out to her, warning that he would ask for one favor. As she entered and closed the door, the maid grumbled good-naturedly that miss, that is, Azriel, was always up to her ears in business, and Adam, with slight disgust, asked why she addressed the greedy healer in such a way. The maid kindly explained that Sherry must be very young. No one had seen her face because of magic, but her manner of speech and many other indirect signs gave away the true age of the newcomer. The man didn't comment on this in any way, and then Elena added that the doctor had done a lot today, in such a gentle, proud tone, as if she were talking about the successes of her beloved daughter. For example, she spent many hours scouring the swamps, looking for fireflies, and returned not only with a tightly packed bag, but also covered in mud. But Haley was not at all impressed by this feat. Thanks to the time traveler, they were finally able to get rid of the demonic parasites and received medicine to cure Serena. For this, it would not be a sin to carry Azrael in her arms as a thank you. But Adam Haley did not agree. He told the maid that the main character demanded a huge sum for her actions and the right to live at his expense for life, so there was no hint of altruism or a desire to do good. This irritated the young man greatly, because he believed that if the situation had turned out a little differently, Sherry would have left him and all the servants to die without hesitation. But this did not reach Elena. On the contrary, she affectionately called the healer a smart girl for her desire to demand a bribe. The Count was also infuriated by the fact that Azrael, albeit implicitly, dared to threaten him, using Ludwig as a lever of influence, and the fact that he himself could not understand. Where could an ordinary commoner, and even a young one, collect so much information about high-born people like him? Finally, the pharmacist spoke with absolute confidence about the possibility of Cassel's return to the throne, as if she not only believed in such an unlikely outcome of events, but could also make it happen in the near future. As it turned out, there was some kind of prophecy that said that if the brunette spends 7 days in Haley's dungeon, and at the end of the week he does not fall asleep, then the invasion of monsters will not happen, but this will not prevent only one centipede from escaping. That is why Adam frankly did not care about Ludwig, his suffering and possible ambitions. After all, life had locked him personally, and all his close associates, between a rock and a hard place. The blonde was no fool, and knew very well what influence the damned man could have on the already weakened seal, and he practically resigned himself to the fact that the politicians from the capital decided to sacrifice an entire county. And then the main character appeared, who was ready to completely solve the problem, not only by returning the throne to the prince, but also by making sure that Haley and all their loved ones remained alive, no matter what problems arose in achieving this goal. This made Adam feel very uncomfortable. The poor guy was clearly torn apart by the fear of failure and the desperate desire to share Azrael's confidence, to believe that a happy ending was actually possible. In order to put his mental state in order, the blonde aristocrat began, as usual, to fill out various documents. But Elena, without leaving the office, noted that it had been a very long time since she had seen her master demonstrate so much emotion when communicating with someone. She used this to once again praise the protagonist. She may have defeated a pack of deadly demons and many other monsters, but getting an Ice King like Haley to show excitement, anger, or fear was an absolutely unimaginable feat. The nobleman irritably ordered him to stop talking nonsense, but all these words really touched something deep in Adam's soul. He couldn't stop thinking about Sherry Azrael, no matter how hard he tried. He had known this girl for only 3 days, a ridiculously short period of time if you think about it. But during those days, the main character had repeatedly made the blonde want to strangle her with his bare hands or shower her with gold in gratitude. The main character hadn't really reacted so strongly to anyone other than his sister in a long time, so he couldn't help but wonder what other secrets the apothecary was hiding. But out loud, the aristocrat only told the maid to convey the order to prepare for battle to the commander of the knightly order. After that, the story finally returned to the time traveler. As it turned out, Jean desperately tried to warn her that there was no time to waste away over gold. It was necessary to urgently check Ludwig, so the girl almost knocked her feet bloody while running to the prison tower and climbing to the top. Sherry ran into the cell with a loud question whether anything had happened during her absence, but the only answer was silence. The dungeon was pitch dark, and even Castle remained silent for now, leaning his hand against the wall with difficulty. At the young man's feet, there was also a small pile of completely empty serum bottles, and the protagonist's jaw almost dropped to the floor. How could she possibly have used such a mountain of potions again in such a short time? The girl understood perfectly well that the investigation of the charges would delay her, so she threw away the bag, which contained many dozens of bottles. Such a quantity, as it seemed to her, should easily be enough for many hours. The pharmacist's indignation knew no bounds. She began to scold the prince as if he were a young glutton, and did not even pay attention to the fact that Cassel had been standing for too long without doing anything and even refused to talk. Only then did the healer realize that something was clearly wrong here. There was some kind of stench in the air, as if something was rotten, and there was a quiet sound of dripping water, but she didn't have time to think about it. The brunette finally came into the light and spoke. The prince did not understand how the protagonist managed to come here. And then he clearly thought that Sherry had been sentenced to imprisonment. But they went to meet her and placed her in his cell, which Cassel unceremoniously called idiocy. The healer almost burst with anger, deciding that she had been called a fool for no reason, but then she suddenly covered her face with her hand. The stench, which at first seemed weak, intensified to such an extent that it became simply impossible to breathe. The stench was such that it seemed as if a large animal had died and partially decomposed somewhere nearby. But this made the heroine finally pay attention to the giant pool of blood at the brunette's feet, and the fact that many of the bottles were not just empty, but broken. Asriel took a few seconds to process this terrible information. Then she leaned forward, grabbed Cassel's hand, and saw with horror the deep wound that was the source of the dripping sound. The conclusion was terrible, but unfortunately logical. When the supply of potions came to an end, Ludwig broke the glass vessels and began to injure himself with the shards in order to drive away drowsiness with the help of terrible pain. Turning around, the time traveler saw several full, unopened vessels among a pile of glass trash, and this caused her even more shock. After all, if the young man still had the means against drowsiness, then why did he need to torment himself at all? What kind of madness is this? Usually tough, direct, and unceremonious, Castle did not want to answer for a long time. But when he finally condescended to confess, it frightened the protagonist more than anything else. The worst-case scenario came true. The effect of the serums was reduced from 10 to a measly 5 minutes. Some time passed. Despite the drama that had happened, the night outside the window was very quiet and beautiful, and the girl, pouring a healing tincture on the captive's injured hands, sadly reminded him that she had sworn to return. As cruel and unfeeling as Asriel seemed to be, it was truly painful and scary for her to watch someone hurt themselves to such an extent, and she directly asked the brunette why it was done. After another short silence, the young man, angrily, like a disappointed child, declared that the man captured by the Count's knights on charges of theft simply could not return. That's why Ludwig decided to resort to self-harm again. He didn't expect the potion's effect to weaken so much, and decided to save at least a few vials for emergencies. But in the end, he simply turned away and threw them away so that the healer wouldn't bother her head with it. The main character was forced to admit that in this particular situation, Cassel was completely right. He had no idea what was happening in Haley's house, and it would be quite logical for him to decide that the Count would execute the guilty healer, leaving the prince alone again with his curse. The young man tried to drive away sleep at any cost, and for this purpose resorted to very cruel but effective methods. But even if the protagonist had left him more potions, this would only have accelerated the emergence of resistance and dependence. Not knowing what else to say, the pharmacist muttered that it was not necessary to do so after all. And then the man growled with suppressed rage. What else could he do but just watch as the entire empire and its inhabitants turned into a scorched hell? The time traveler was not offended, because she understood perfectly well that Ludwig could be rude because of his hard life. But he was angry not at her, but at himself, because he could not influence this situation with his own efforts. On the other hand, the newcomer sincerely could not understand why the young man was trying to prevent the catastrophe with such fanatical frenzy, because she honestly admitted to herself that if she were the bearer of the curse, she would still be asleep, because she could not do otherwise. It is possible, of course, that the main character was driven by a colossal responsibility to his people, because he was a prince and a future sovereign, but Sherry doubted it. Cassel simply did not have such a noble character. Be that as it may, the protagonist understood well that now was not the time to waste time. She needed to regain Ludwig's meager, but still goodwill, so she swallowed her pride and decided to apologize. For the first time in history, Azriel bowed her head of her own free will, admitting that she was entirely to blame for this situation. She gave lousy potions and did not come for a long time contrary to her duty, and she asked for forgiveness for this. The prince looked at the girl for a few seconds, before sighing and lazily admitting that she wasn't as shameless as she seemed, and the newcomer mentally cursed. What a bastard, ruining such a moment. But the brunette had no desire to engage in any kind of skirmish. Going behind the doctor's back, he quietly admitted that there was no point in this, and in all fairness, he should have been killed in infancy. The healer screamed in horror that Cassel was even talking, and when he coldly asked what was wrong, she quickly turned away and muttered that everything was fine. The further they went, the more Azriel began to get irritated by Ludwig's behavior. She admitted that he had the right to be angry at her for her mistake, but now it seemed like the brunette had decided to openly mock her. But then it dawned on the protagonist that the man was trying to console her in such a strange and wild way, as if declaring that she was not worth anyone's concern in the first place. And the prince, meanwhile, sighed deeply, as if he had read these thoughts and was pleased with the interlocutor's insight. After this, Cassel decided to change the awkward topic with a question about potions, and the time traveler readily poured 200 vials of purple liquid right in front of his nose. Azriel warned that they should now be taken with the utmost caution. The effect has become absolutely negligible, and soon it may disappear completely. The prince, in turn, added that there was only one day left. We had to hold out for a day, and a catastrophe would not happen. On the one hand, 24 hours is not such a long period of time, but on the other hand, serums now need to be taken literally